Chad, I want to talk to you about consequences. Alright? I want to talk to you all about consequences. Mine will be coming for me in about, I don't know, 2 or 3 hours, probably. But there will be some. Here, I'm a little later today because I was zipping around like a psycho all day today. Started out commissions, trying to get a bunch of those done, working on those. Good work there. I had to switch at some point to trying to do the oh god, what's it called? Like my stream plaque that I'm gonna send out tomorrow for the whole 500 followers on Twitch thing. I've got that all planned out. I gotta get that done tomorrow. And I also had to cook today because I didn't have any food cooked. And that's where our consequences come in. That's where you see, I was like, today's the day. I'm gonna make a big old pot of butter chicken. And I did. And it was scrumptious. However, I loaded that bad boy up with cayenne pepper. So I expect in a couple hours, the Reaper will come calling. I'll have to set on his porcelain death boat to be taken to the other side. But until then, we're gonna do our best. But I've been running around. I was literally, as I went live chat, I was scarfing down the last couple bites. Normally I'd be fine. It's mostly a thing of just how fast I had to eat it. I had like 20 minutes before stream started, while I was also replying to stuff that people made me on Artfight and getting the stream set up and everything like that. So as I went live, I was just shoveling food into my mouth. Oh, and I feel it in my guts. I got a stone there now. So yes, the theme of today is consequences, chat. Oh, but I've got more. Oh, I've got more to yell about. Holy shit, chat. Today I've got so much to yell about, including I followed one of your bits of advice. I think it was Izzy who asked, how does A Bug's Life stack up against Ants? Well, last night I watched Ants. First time in years and years and years and years and years. Probably only seen that movie once or twice before. Saw it now. What a fucking piece of shit, guys. Holy shit. Art Grave, you've been my podcast for Artwork Game today. You were my podcast for my workout. Well, there you go, Avid. What a rancid piece of shit that movie is. People compare Ants to A Bug's Life because they were like people fighting over a studio. Like people in a studio fighting and they made the same movie, quote unquote, twice. It's not the same movie. Having seen them both so close together now, Ants is like, how would I describe Ants? Because it is a movie. It is technically a movie. It does qualify to be one of those, but it is the shell of a movie. It's air pushed into the shape of a movie might look. That's what Ants is. Oh my god. Sorry, I'm drinking my tea on the side. Fucking... Like, first of all, it starts off as, like, the main character, who we will not be actually calling by his name. He is Woody Allen Ant, aka Want. That is all I know him as. He is Want. And he is one of the most unlikable protagonists I think I've ever encountered. His name? Like, the only thing he does in that whole movie is complain. That's it. And he's set outside of the movie's own context. It's bizarre. He's just randomly in this movie, like the only ant in an entire colony that's completely self-aware. Not even self-aware, is like aware that he's in a movie almost. Not like fourth wall breaking way. But Want is an ant that acts like a human. He is like the quintessential character people will, when people say they don't like neurotic characters, they say, oh gee willikers, it's Want. Like, he is the quintessential they don't like badly written neurotic character. It's insulting to even compare Want to Flick as characters. Holy shit. Flick is such a, like, an infinitely more charismatic and likable character than Want is. Want is a selfish little prick that thinks he's better than everyone and just like puts himself above literally everyone else. Every single thing he does in that movie is for a selfish desire, except at the end. And I would say him doing a selfless thing at the end of that fucking movie is not him learning a lesson, but it's actually them assassinating his character. It's ridiculous. Macbeth but ants, I wouldn't even call it that. Gonna be honest. Like, I would describe Ants as a movie that is half not a movie. Half the characters in Ants, you don't need them there. You can just get rid of them. Like, his friend Weaver. No, you're probably at the beginning of the Ants rant, to be honest, Jam. Yes, we're talking about Ants. It is a piece of shit. Holy, like, half the character, you don't need Weaver, like the Sylvester Stallone ant. You don't need him at all. You don't need the love interest of the Sylvester Stallone ant at all. You don't need Cutter, the Christopher Walken ant. The Cutter is a ridiculous character in the sense that he is simply not one. He's there, he goes, yes, sir, and then he doesn't do anything. Normally when you have those yes men, henchmen type enemies, they go, yes, sir, and then they do something. 90% of the movie, Cutter goes, yes, sir, and then doesn't do anything. All he does is he flies somewhere and picks up the princess and brings her back, and at the very end they go, we're gonna redeem this bastard, and he punches the general. That's all he does, and it doesn't make it just happens. He's gone along with this plan this long. He's known exactly what they were doing. And then he sees all the lower class that they're gonna murder, because that's just what the story of Ants is about, is murdering just the lower class, I guess. Isn't that not a nice thing to do, guys? But also, it's about being an individual in the most ham-fisted way possible, beating you over the head. Be an individual, guys. Did you know that's actually a good thing than being a stupid idiot drone? It's like mean-spirited. It's a nasty movie. It is a movie that looks down on the people it's criticizing. The buds I was watching it with, I was like, okay, I need to show you guys the first 5 minutes of A Bug's Life so you can see the contrast. And the difference between those movies in setting up just how expertly Bug's Life actually sets up a tone for itself. But Bug's Life actually makes it so you want to, it wants you to like the characters in it, while fucking characters in Ants is secondary to it beating you over the head with its message and being like, hey, don't be a stupid drone, idiot. But what is a stupid drone applicable to our society? Because all it is just in this very vague sense of what an ant colony is. It's, you're given a role and you have to do that. But in our reality, you're not really given a role. You have to find it. But they're just assigned it. None of the characters, and then, oh my god, half this movie just doesn't need to exist. There's a point in the movie where the ants in the colony start to have a rebellion because Want, who by the way, is a stolen valor, soldier. He should have been dishonorably discharged and no one even talks about that. He fucking hid like a coward while everyone, literally everyone else was slaughtered. He hid and was praised as a war hero, and at the end of the movie, they still think of him as a war hero. They still do. He never dissuaded that. He never went against saying that. He was trying to say it when they first brought him back, and then he saw the princess again, and he went, oh, I can use this to try and get in her pants, you know? And then fully played into it. He is a horrible, selfish prick. No one should want to be like Want. He is awful. And the movie doesn't do anything to try and make you like him. They just let him be awful, and they go, ha ha ha, isn't that charming? No. He straight up kidnaps the princess, like intentionally kidnaps her. He uses her as a hostage to shave his sorry ass. And then, like, I can't believe it. There's so many things that just make him such a detestable character. There's like a character that just likes him because the movie says he needs to like him. He's a soldier that dies, and the joke of it is at the end of it, he comes out of hiding and he finds this soldier, and the soldier's just ahead. And he's like, am I doing all, you know, he does the, well, because there's nothing original in this fucking movie. He goes, am I doing okay? And, you know, here's the thing though. He says, be honest with me. Am I gonna make it or whatever? And Want fucking says yes. Like, the dude's dying, man. Can't you be honest for once? He lies to him till he dies. He lies to him till his fucking divine light severs and his last breath is took. Like, he is a wretched individual. At the end of the movie, his big whole like, oh geez, is there any movie I don't hate? Hey, I wear it as a fucking like badge of pride to dislike this one too. This movie sucks. All right, I like Bug's Life. Bug's Life's a good one. Fuck this one. This one's terrible. Ants is always so funny to me. Like, Princess Egypt was gonna be the first DreamWorks movie, which, yo, good. But when DreamWorks heard that Disney Pixar was going to make an Ants movie, they were like, hold everything up. We did make an Ants movie before them. I see. What movie? I just said I like A Bug's Life. I think it's got lots of problems as a movie, but I like A Bug's Life a lot. Is there anything I like? You haven't been around enough. Fucking. But then at the end of the movie, okay, Want here is like, oh, sees the princess taken away. And instead of trying to psych himself up to go save her, his thing is trying to psych himself up not to go help her. His thing is like, no, I should just stay here because if I go back, I'll die. He is a cowardly, selfish, little simpering bitch. And I hate him. I mean, because here's the thing too, he was trying to psych himself out of going after the princess, but from his own perspective, that is also, no matter what fucking choice he makes in that, like, no matter what choice he makes there, is him acting selfishly. Because it's, I either hide and be a coward because he thinks she's in trouble and that's why he's doing that, or he's going back. But it's not to save her, because he, at this point in the movie, chat, he doesn't actually know that they're planning to kill the princess and that she needs to actually be scared. At this point in the movie, he still thinks that they're just looking for her because he kidnapped her. Like, there's no winning for him. That scene is just such a fucking mess. Why did they have Chopper? He like flies down and lands right in front of her just to not notice her. I just don't get it. None of the decisions make sense. It's a movie in a can that they've opened up. It's like opening up a 50-year-old ration can and it just dust puffs out. But it's like writing in a can. It's awful. Nothing in that movie, not a single line of dialogue in that movie stirred anything within me. There didn't feel like an original thought at all. It was all expeditious dialogue telling you exactly what they need to do. Or it was canned movie jokes and canned movie lines. Awful. Terrible. Really bad. Oh. Ugh. I don't like anything that movie stands for. I'm against that movie. But there you go. There's a big old movie rant for you. I've had one. Oi, 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 oi. Did you guys like it? I hope you enjoyed my little ramble. My little slaughtering of that movie. Ugh. I needed this tea. How are you guys doing, though? I know I've been zipping all over the place, and I've got lots of energy at the moment. Hopefully, we'll keep the energy going throughout. But, yeah. Oh, fuck. Dropped the cap of my water. How are you guys doing? Everyone's scared to talk. I'll rant about their answers. Been fine getting ready for... Oh, there you go. Doing fine. Little mixed feeling because you're hungry, I see. Awake. You guys are really just killing it right now. Next time we need to watch something good. What? We will. Again, Bug's Life's good. I like Bug's Life a lot. It having problems does not make me not like it. It's like plot issues and stuff. Squeaky clean, need to get up shortly. Eat soon and do shading lighting, then no bun on... Oh, nice! In our craft space. You're free. You're free to just mess around. Oh. So that was my last night. And then... I did my thing again this morning, chat. Not as much as I probably should have to build enough of stuff to talk about, but I did do my thing where I watched art videos, and once again, my trolling just brought up really strange ideas. Very odd ones. I've got a little bit of stuff I could look at here to refresh my memory, but for one thing, so I watched a bunch of those like trope videos. Chat is basically what kind of today was. It was just watching a lot of those tropes. And like some of the tropes people despise are fine. Not liking those tropes or whatever, but the reasoning behind them are they're fascinating sometimes. I don't get it. Like, there's a thing I do now where I'm like, hey, let's do like a little video. I don't know what to call people who do those trope videos. I guess like art YouTuber, I guess. Just, you know, in general, because it goes to the video essays so well. It's like, hey, if you give an example in a video of something you know, your art, if you present and argue in a video, please do not disprove that with your example. Rant YouTuber, I don't know, yeah. I think they're mostly art YouTubers, but like, there was one where they're like, I hate the trope of like the mwahaha villain is how they described it. Like an evil for evil's sake. I don't think they were an art drama. I think they were just an art YouTuber that talked about art. But I'm applying it to video essays and stuff too. But the mwaha, they don't like the mwahaha evil villain for evil villain's sake. My first thought is like, okay, what necessarily do you mean by what counts as like evil for evil's sake? Because there is a discussion there. I have kind of like an intuitive thing I assume it means, but I don't actually know because of how they explained it. Hold on. Jam says, I don't know how you stomach those trope videos. I feel visceral physical irritation whenever just listening to them. Even if they're ever making a good point or whatever, they're always so self-righteous, self-important. They make themselves to be oh so above it all. Well, I think a lot of that comes down to a lot of them don't really provide any, they don't give good argumentation or examples as well. One where they list or talk about their faves. Hey, I watched one of those too. I've got thoughts about that as well. But the one that I was watching, yeah, they don't like the mwahaha evil villain, all right, chat? They don't like the evil for evilness sake. What we're tossing aside, I'm just going to intuit for them what they mean by that, but we're going to toss aside what an evil for evilness sake villain is, because there's lots of different ways to do that, and even then, I think it'll be very hard for you to actually find an evilness for evilness sakes villains. But they basically said it only exists in certain contexts, and you would their example specifically was you would never be able to make a villain like that work in something like Jujutsu Kaisen. All right, that was their example. Now, I shit you not when I say the very next fucking thing they said was their favorite villain in Jujutsu Kaisen was just evil for evilness sake. But they did it right that time, guys. They did it the good way. Oh! I've never seen a more blatant example of you fucking completely... You see what I mean, though? The amount of times that happens when you disprove your own argument in your example is staggering. You guys gotta work on that. You're making a video. You can edit this shit. You can listen to it back. Come on. I don't even care if you don't like the mwaha evilness for evilness sake. It's not about the actual thing you're talking about. That's fine. It's your argument for it is really bad and strange, and I don't understand it. Skeletor from the new He-Man live adaptation is evil for evilness sake. I'm making a comment on the anime Skeletor. I don't... Okay. Well, I haven't seen it, so maybe. I don't know what it necessarily meant, so... It'll depend on the execution. Well, yeah, of course, it all depends on the execution of the story. That's why these trope videos are funny to me. Because almost all the time, my brain goes to, well, it all really depends on how you execute it. Because every single one of these tropes can be done extremely well, and you would love them. It's why I think trying to look for things you like based off tropes is a losing game. It was just something, you know. However, Sir Barry brought up the fact that they watched a video about someone talking about their fave tropes, and I went, I'm gonna mix it up, you know. I haven't seen the Amazing Digital Circus finale yet. I got to at some point, and then I'll give my thoughts on it. Haven't seen it yet. However, I like the Amazing Digital Circus a lot. Even with any issues I have with episode 8, I think the first 7, have rocky places, but are overall very good. But I wanted to look for, let's mix it up. Let's look at what someone wants to see more of, okay? And here's the thing. I don't necessarily disagree with any of the tropes this guy brought out there, you know? He was like, I want to see this, I want to see that. I was like, yeah, I could understand seeing that. But some of the lines in these videos, guys, I think a lot of these videos are made with you not listening to them in mind. Because one of the lines, it was a really funny line, and he does follow it up with more of an explanation, so I will give him that. I don't want to, kind of shit on him for it. It's just such a funny line where I'm like, you probably should have rewrote that. But he says in his line about, essentially, it's a weird thing. He said that one of the tropes he wants to see more of in, I guess, specifically cartoons, is the good character staying good. Like, the good side character staying a good person, which I didn't really think was an issue, but apparently it is. Hello, Master of Horror Gravegram. Hello, welcome. I'm going on my rants at the beginning. It's what I do. But he said the line, you have to actually think about how a person... Oh, sorry, no. The first one he wanted to see more of was genuinely nice rich people. That was, the first trope he wanted to see of. He wanted to see genuinely nice rich people. Which, yeah, that's fine. Sure. Again, a lot of this is less to do with what you wanted to see and more of kind of the reason you thought it was, it's more the arguments you said of why it should be considered and put in your video. But he said, you have to actually think about how in regards to why you don't see it very much, is basically the writers have to actually think about how the person that grew up with everything could still turn out to be genuinely good. Which is just such an insane statement to me. I love your Grimdeeds characters, Courtney and Lynette, etc. Well, thank you! Well, thank you very much! I really do appreciate that. You'll see more of them eventually. I'm a bit tied down with Artfight and all that, but we'll see more of them. Fairywoods won't supersede, so. But that's such a funny line to me because just baked in inherently to that is the idea that if you were born with money, you have a harder time being a good person. Now again, I gotta state, he did afterwards say, like, he did clarify it with mostly talking about in a writing sense, like what is their purpose and things like that. But God, it's a funny line. Oh, it makes me chuckle every time I hear it. But that's okay, because we get weirder things with his actual points, because again, he did want to see more characters that stayed genuinely good and didn't, like, turn out to be villains in the end. Because this is probably the weirdest bit. When he watched Puss in Boots: The Last Wish, he thought Perito, like the little Chihuahua dog, he thought they were going to be a twist villain. Now I have a question, chat. Did any of you who watched The Last Wish think Perito was going to end up being a twist villain? I need like a survey of this. Because I could not imagine ever. No. Yeah, I'm like, this is very much just a him thing. Crazy to me. Perito's best. Well, no, because that's the thing. He likes Perito. He's really glad that Perito isn't a villain in the end. I was just like, nothing in that movie indicates to you that he will be a twist villain and actually evil deep down. There's nothing in the film to inform that. Which kind of led me to an interesting thought process, and it's kind of like, as we've seen lots of characters like him become twist videos for shock effect. The good guy was the villain. Too many movies do that now. Like, what ones, I guess? Because I feel like I don't actually see it that often. Because that's his thing. He said that the reason he thought that is because he's seen it a lot. But then his two examples was Frozen and Big Hero 6. And I'm like, those are from a decade ago. And it's also 2. And it's also just 2. So I don't know, chat. I don't know. It's a weird thing for me. You think that's where it started? Okay, twist villains have been around a lot longer than that. The bad guy comes to mind. It's very annoying to me. Like, Toy Story 2 has that, guys. It did not start with Frozen. I think you're showing your age with that one. That shit happened in Toy Story 2 with Stinky Pete. I don't know. Yeah, twist villain, sure, but not the goodest guy in the world is secretly the evil person all along. I mean, that's kind of what Stinky Pete's whole thing was, Morb. That's sort of his whole deal. Having watched that movie, like, a couple of weeks ago. It was kind of his whole thing. Shrek 2 has a twist villain, but that one was only a twist to the characters. Yeah, well, then it's not a twist villain, but... You saw it, too, in the third one. Uh-huh. Your recent movies and shows that you don't 100% have any issues. There's nothing I don't have issues with, Toon. Wait, what? There is no 10 out of 10 perfect anything out there. Swapped. Okay, it seems like it is recent. I guess I just treat every individual thing as an individual thing. So I just kind of go for a, yeah. You're gonna have issues with your own writing and Grimdeeds? Probably. Yeah, probably. Yes. What do you mean? But what I specifically mean is Toy Story set up those villains as their villains, and their good nature was made out to be a facade, if I remember correctly. No, so it becomes a facade in the twist. Like, the thing with Stinky Pete is his twist is that it is a reveal to you and everyone else that he is the guy who did it all. It's like, you go, oh yeah, okay, that makes sense. There's like breadcrumbs along the way. But I guess, it's like, it was just an interesting thing to me because I try and take every individual thing as an individual thing. He has rewritten Grim Deeds and his other projects many times already. I don't doubt ever if it's a far-flung future when he's done with any of them, he'll look back and say, man, I should have done X, Y. And I will! Absolutely! I assess things for their craftsmanship, but that doesn't even mean I don't like them, because again, Bug's Life has lots of issues, but I really like Bug's Life. These are separate things. Yeah. Like, I really like the 90s that's my one. I unironically really enjoy the 90s Spider-Man cartoon. The one with the meme of him going, fucking, no! As he grabs the mist of fucking Mary Jane. I love that. It's awful. It's not well written at all, but I really like it. And what are my thoughts on other supernatural horror themed webtoons like Irma or Spooky Month? I have not seen all of Spooky Month. What I have seen, I enjoy quite a bit, but it has been like 4 years since I watched it last, I think. In terms of Irma, I really like Irma. In the beginning, I've gotten a bit more, I'm not as fond of the newer stuff, but overall I think it's fine. You had the bright Christmas payout, for example, it comes out of nowhere. I see. But that's a different thing. It not being properly set up, Morb, is a different thing. Master Gravegrime, do you think Lynette will gradually start to smile at her friends the way she does her father, Casper the Reaper? A little bit. A thing about that club show is with Lynette, she doesn't smile that much, not necessarily because she's not enjoying her time. It's not a miserable smile. She's kind of saddled with resting bitch face a little bit. So even when she's happy, she'll kind of have a bit more of a dour expression because of that. Irma after its Namek arc is very different from early Irma. I agree. I agree. I have my criticisms of everyone. I think that's perfectly fine. I'm just gonna say it. Like, my friends send me their scripts and I rip them massive ass, like, just tear them to pieces for them. Like, that's what I do. It's not like an insult to the person for me to be like, oh, this is an issue you have with your thing. I'm just trying to assess it based on, like, cold, hard quality level. Because writing's a craft and I care about it. When will you do that to me? I don't know. At some point, maybe. I have to prioritize because I have, you know, sort of like a lot on my plate all the time. Sorry, I'm setting stuff up for stream chat. Can vouch there are countless discussions we have regarding it. Yeah, we do. But yeah, I tear everything apart. And it's because I really care about the medium that I do it. That's why I do that. And it makes celebrating the successes much more valuable to me. I don't praise basically anything unless I really feel like it deserves the praise. And I can also, here's a fun fact, chat. I can like praise certain aspects of something and not others in the same work. There's nuance to this. Your art is excellent and you have potential to not only work on storyboards industries, but also to create your own animations. Well, I appreciate that. You know, Clubhouse, I appreciate it. You don't have to just like blow smoke up my ass though. I thank you very much. I do appreciate it. There are times when I have had to set aside hours at a time to work through the wall of text he has shared. He's trying to figure things out and I made him a goddamn chart as I was thinking. Yeah, it happens. Oh yeah. Also, because we're just talking about this, I'm gonna crack us into Artfight because we are, chat, we are going to do these silly little minion guys. Silly little fellas. But yeah, I don't think anything I love dearly is a 10 out of 10 at all. I don't even know what would be close. Like, maybe The Thing would be close, but even then, it's not a 10 out of 10. It's probably a 9 at most. But like, I guess to scale stuff for you, chat, most of the things I watch fall in the 4, 5, or 6 range. That's sort of their zone. And 5 is like something I'd be like, yeah, I'd watch it. You know? Even if some 4s, I'd be like, yeah, I'd watch it because there could be something worthwhile in there. Perfect example, actually, chat. You know what? Perfect example. I'd probably give A Bug's Life a 4. Probably give A Bug's Life a 4, because there is something in there. There's a decision that Flick makes that is a massive problem in my eyes for his character. But I would still recommend watching Bug's Life, because all the little character stuff in it, and all the little things they do, it's got a vibe, it's got a feeling, and it's got characters. I think there's lots of rewarding stuff in there. You operate under the reasonable rating scale that 5 is mid, and mid is not bad, it's just not amazing, not horrible. Yeah, mid is like, it's okay. It's okay. Yeah. Things being bad in quality doesn't cast it as impossible to like. Absolutely. I would never, ever, ever claim it did. There we go. It's just having a scale for the craft. That's all. And also, I suppose, chat, you're allowed to disagree with me, obviously. I'm not your fucking dad. If you're like, nah, I don't agree, that's okay. I'd love to know your reasoning for it. Jeez, you're picky. I mean, if it pisses you off, Toon, you can go. It is fine. I am not picky. I am, because again, I said watch Bug's Life because I like it. I'm just assessing it for what it is. Or I guess trying the best of my ability to assess it for what it is. What's my view on Spider-Verse or Toy Story? I have not seen Spider-Verse since it came out, but I liked it a lot. I remember one of the issues I had was Gwen Stacy, because I thought it was weird that she appears earlier than all the other spiders, but that might get fixed in the sequel, but I haven't seen that yet, so I don't know. But that was one thing. And Toy Story has some stuff, but I really like Toy Story 2. Wait, hold on. I really like the first Toy Story. I also like the first Toy Story. But Toy Story 2 is leagues better than it. What do you mean earlier? In the first Spider-Verse, from what I remember, Gwen Stacy appears before, maybe before, yeah, I think before the actual events of the whole, like, Portal Collider thing happen. And I was like, why'd she do that? So I that's the thing. That could be also something that I just misremember. So I'm happy to, like, leave that be. But even, like, that would be my thing about that. That's what I would be confused about. Yeah. My problem with Spider-Verse is them celebrating an actual unironic serial murderer because he happened to be the main character's uncle. Well, that could work, Jam, in the sense that if we're looking at it from the perspective of Miles and how he feels about it. I don't know who you're talking about, Toon. Well, no, okay. But, like, is it... I know if she's thrown back a week, my thing would be like, why was she thrown back a week and not the other ones? Why is she the only one? That would be all. Like... Again, I need to watch Spider-Verse again to be able to give you anything proper. When did that movie come out, guys? Was that like 2018 that Spider-Verse came out? When did Spider-Verse come out? Hold on. Hold on a minute. I was right. Okay, it was 2018. Yeah. I really like Spider-Verse. I'd have to just, you know, see that. You do have a point. It's not really explained beyond that. It just happened that way. Yeah, and part of me is like, that's weird. I think Gwen showing up a week earlier was just a fate thing that justifies her being Miles' friends. But my thing with that is I'm like, well, I feel like they could have done that better than just having her thrown back a week because they needed to. Like, that would be poor craftsmanship, in my opinion. Or, you know what? I think I would just call that poor craftsmanship. Because you're essentially just doing like, well, it needs to happen this way, so it does. And like, that's hard to justify in my head. Because I'm like, well, surely there's probably a way you can have this happen. Or even just explain why she went back a week earlier. Which, again, they could do in the new one. I don't know. And that would retroactively fix it. He absolutely participated in the murder of the original Superman and was absolutely going to murder Miles before he pulled his mask off. A wizard did it is a terrible reason. A wizard did it is a terrible reason because that's essentially you say, because a wizard did it can justify literally anything in a story. A wizard did it can, but it's funny. That's fair. That's fair. If you're just fucking around, it's just for silly ha-has. That's like outside of, you know, any actual, I guess critique of it. That's fine. A wizard did it is a silly way to rationalize it, yes. But the issue is if you actually want to try and like provide critique or criticism for the medium, right? If you go a wizard did it, that can justify actually anything. And so it becomes an untenable standard. Simpsons was hilarious sometimes in its 2000s. Yeah. Surely. It couldn't have been all bad by the 2000s. Surely not. It all comes back to logistics in some capacity. It does. It does. It does, it does, it does. This is why I say, chat, that sort of the #1 rule for telling a story, is internal consistency. It's sort of, it wraps everything all into one. And you had to use the word internal consistency because that accounts for things like worlds that have different physics or different sort of rules than our own reality. Internal consistency just means it is in line with itself. Because when you start to break that, though you can still have a pretty good story, it will hurt it, you know? That's my thing. Is like all of these are knocks against a story's quality, but it doesn't necessarily mean that you have to, like, oh, if it gets too low, you have to dislike it. Because that's a whole different scale. How much you like something is kind of a completely, like, it's a completely different conversation than what is the quality of the thing. That's how I like to look at that. Because, if there wasn't some qualitative aspect to storytelling, we wouldn't go to school for it. Because it would just be whatever you want is fine. Yeah, quality and enjoyment can be separate. Absolutely. The Room is a poorly made film. People love to watch it. Though that one's a little bit rougher because it's ironic, I guess. I love RoboCop, but it's far from a perfect movie. There you go. The Last of Us 2 is ass, but I love it, and that's fair. It is ass. I don't like that one personally, but hey, if that's your deal, and that's chill. I think Spider-Verse 1 did a good job telling Miles' story. 2 did a good job expanding on the supporting cast. Again, I'll have to see it. I'll just take your word for it. But it can get exhausted having to explain. I'm not saying it's Dotoskas. I don't even know how to pronounce that. Dostoevsky level writing, but, and that's the thing. I'm not saying you gotta. You don't have to put those qualifiers. I try not to. I try to just say, oh, this is Dostoyevsky. There we go. I got it. Dostoyevsky. I got it. Fuck. You see, there's a movie called Suburban Sasquatch. There sure is, Emily. What a wonderful fucking watch that was. Oh my goodness. If you like fucking just absolutely terrible B horror movies, chat, I definitely recommend Suburban Sasquatch. That movie is ridiculous. And it's like completely free on YouTube. I don't know. Like, it is. I like that this all came from me just ranting about fucking ants, that horrid, rancid piece of shit. I fucking, ugh. However, I watched it with my friends, so I had a good time. I had a good time, because I watched it with my friends. Though, I don't say this often about movies. I don't think I would have actually finished it if I wasn't watching it with others. It was real boring. If its quality is anything like GBA game Urban Yeti, then wow, does that subgenre not only not have a good track record, it might be worse. Please watch Suburban Sasquatch if you're looking for something utterly terrible. It's uploaded by the creators on YouTube. It is a self-proclaimed Z-grade movie. It is definitely something else. Alright, does that look... Yeah, but... It's like Thanksgiving, where the opening shot of that movie is on a nipple. There are some magical experiences out there, chat. There are some magical fucking adventures you can go on. You'll make your own thing someday, won't we all, you know? Ain't that the goal, chat? Ain't that the goal? I do also want to say, like, if I do end up doing those, like, live critiques of people's work, my ant review is what they will go like. I will not be kind. Well, I mean, I say I won't be kind, but I will be. Anyone who's read one of my criticisms of their stuff knows I'm generally a pretty reasonable fella when assessing. Oh. I'd say it's probably most people's goal here, honestly. I don't know how many people are watching art fucking streamers who don't want to make things. I'm sure some probably could. Some might just want to watch the art, but I feel like if you're watching mine specifically, you're probably here because you like stories too. I like to think that anyway. Nuh-uh, it made you cry for real? Good. I expect that kind of reaction out of Josh, not you, Emily. What the hell? What's going on? He. I'd rather have the criticism be private. Well, I mean, then you wouldn't apply for the live criticism then. That's pretty easy. It's a pretty easy solution right there. Because it's certainly not for everyone. But I want my audience to have a thick skin. Like leather. Also, I'm gonna sit down real quick. Because my hammies, chat, they hurting. Oh! Gordon Ramsay art reviews. The interesting thing about art reviews and stuff is I don't feel confident enough personally to be able to be like, this is fucking bullshit! This is terrible! I don't feel like I have enough of a grasp of the fundamentals there for that. I think I do with writing. But that's a whole different sort of scenario, I guess. Right? Again, I wanted to be a writer before I wanted to be an artist, so sort of the thing I've put more of my skill points, I guess, to steal a phrase from my brothers. I wanna... His hat might bug me for a bit. Also, I guess I should show you guys who we're actually drawing. You can kind of see him up there in the corner, but you can't see the little friend of his. But these are our freaks for the evening. They're pretty good freaks, I gotta say. Gaboo. I don't know if it's a wolf or I think he's a weasel. Probably like a weasel or something. I don't know if he's a wolf. Might be a wolf. I mean, his name is Wolfgang, so he might be a wolf. But it's like coloring. He looks like a raccoon. He's got like stripes on his tail. Like, look, he's got like stripes. He might be a raccoon. It's a really like a wet raccoon. I think it's a creature. You might be right, Tano. You might be correct. They might be a creature. All right, let's get there. Not you, Emily. We're not talking about you. This isn't about you. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. What to rant about now, chat? Rude? Yeah. The sky's blue too, Emily. Like, what? I guess for some of you, it's probably orange right now. Ooh. Ooh. I don't know, I'm doing compositing. Ah, well, I mean, okay. My sky is white from the clouds. Better. I will maintain critical quality in future live streams. Clubhouse, are you a bot? Are you a fake person? I appreciate the compliments, I do. But I'm like, are you real? You're far too kind to be a Gravegrimes chatter. What the? Chat, I didn't pay them, I promise. I didn't pay them, I promise. I didn't. Talk about the good things I've seen. Movies, shows, stories broadly. Something captured you on Artfight writing-wise. Okay, let's go for some goodies. Gotta poke through my brain for a sec. Because all it would be, the first thing that comes to mind is just Bug's Life, but, I ranted about that on Monday. And I think I already did the Toy Story one as well. Because you guys hear about the good things about as quick as you hear about the bad things, to be honest. Fuck, what would be a really... What was something awesome? I've been constantly reminded about how good, fucking... My like, YouTube shorts are a wonderful place, chat. I just get, like, little tidbits of shows and stuff. Like, little clips. And I go, oh, yeah, I remember that. That shit's so good. And lately, it's been just hitting me with Breaking Bad ones. And I'm just like, fuck, that show's so awesome. That show's so good. Shit. I need to rewatch it again. Fuck. Gas Up, Nips, Avid, and Josh is that's interesting, Emily. I think you might be missing someone there. Wait a minute. Wait, hold on a second here. Interesting. There might be a name. Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait. I tap my chin. Wait a second. I banished the nobodies to the ads. Now we're alone. Let me think. Maybe you. Maybe Emily. Emily's stuff's very good, chat, and you guys should go check her out, because she puts a lot of work in and is currently fighting viciously. She's fighting viciously to just continuously improve it. It's one of those things of, you know, us as a friend group, we're quite self-critical, and so we assess what we're making an awful lot because we want it to be the best it can be. And she's currently doing that with some of her stories. I think it's actually very funny because she has a story called Glory Days, and I have a story called Grim Deeds. So we both have abbreviations of GD, and they have like kind of similar character archetypes in them. They've got similar types of characters in them, like just broad archetypally. And I always find that very amusing, but at the moment, at least, because I still need to do more thinking on the Grim Deeds stuff. But in terms of theming, right now, Emily's Glory Days theming is really, really fucking good. Better than Grim Deeds, I would say. It's like this story about obsession and all the ways in which that may affect an individual. It's very well put together, chat. She doesn't share about it ever because she's awful, but it's very good. It's the one with the big scary purple man and the girl with the big sword. They're sister stories in a way, kind of in a way, I would say. So yeah, Dakarabia is cool. You're so right, Alistair. Dakarabia is cool. He's very swell. You guys don't even know much about him. He only gets cooler the more you know. But yeah, she puts the fucking hustle in for sure into making stuff good. Like, I was there at the inception of another story of hers, fucking Skeletal Shredder, and it was like just like a silly game idea initially, like a little video game idea, and it's she's putting lots of effort into actually making that into like a proper story as well, and like what it means and everything like that. I have the scary purple man bookmarked on Artfight, and I literally wrote a guy I would have tea with for some odd reason. You probably wouldn't want to have tea with him. I mean, it'd probably be fine. He just wouldn't be very good company. I don't think he'd talk to you much. But if that's sort of like your shebang, I guess, then it would be good. Then it'd be great. Price of coolness, you get what you deserve. Exactly. Everyone, praise my mod right now. Because she deserves it. She brought this on herself. Yo, fuck it, for real. If you guys know her stuff at all, give your thoughts. Give your thoughts. There you go. And while you start to do that, I'm gonna go grab another bottle of water. I'll be back to read them real quick. Well, there you go. You have an excellent body of work. There you are. First one from Kaizen Chaos. I don't even know if Kaizen knows, but I'm going to assume they do. Because otherwise they'd be a liar, and Emily would have to ban them. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Actions have consequences, Kaizen. Should have thought of that. Fucking fool. Yeah. Oh, shucks. Oh, gosh darn it, boss. Oh, dang it. I guess they don't really have anything nice to say about you, Emily. The fucking silence that has fallen over my chat is deafening. Why did you do this to them? What the fuck? How could you? I don't deserve the rocks thrown at me for not posting things, though. Glory Days is so much, but they see just the faces, I guess. I mean, it's true. You don't really show them. Alright, chat. I'm just looking through. Nah, okay, we're good. She's got a big old missing tooth, so I'm gonna... Look at that. There we go. And here comes the pretzels. Listen, you told them to praise someone for something they don't know. I just meant in general. They could have praised you for anything. Yeah, it wasn't supposed to be necessarily, it wasn't supposed to be Glory Days specifically. It was just supposed to be, like, the stuff you make. I suppose I should have made that clear. Technically, it could even be if they think you're a silly fella. A goofy little freak show, you know? That's technically counts. I technically count that. And really, at the end of the day, I'm the only one who matters here, so... Ooh, I guess one thing, chat. For any of the... They point at me and go, this idiot smells, and they get banned immediately. Is that what's been happening? Have you been banning people under my nose because you're just saying they're stinky? They're saying you're stinky and your ego can't take that. Your massive ego stuffed in your tiny little frame is like, how could you? How could you say that to me? Not yet. I'll have to go through the logs afterwards, chat. But I guess, hey, any dough enjoyers in the chat? Wait. Everyone knows what I mean when I say dough. Anyone in the chat, like in the Dominion of Hate, anyone a fan there? I remembered something I can talk about. We got one. But I actually ended up, no. DOH. Wait, Frank, your brain went to like dough is in the deer? That's interesting. My brain would have went to like dough for bread. Like DOUGH. Interesting. All right. Not a bunch of not true fans in chat. It's fucking tragic. We got one. Oh my goodness. But this story, the one with this one, the one with this critter. Wait, I didn't know there was a deer named Doe. That's what you call a female deer. Oh, whole face. Love her. Yes. Say her name! Her name is Lilium! Oh, Dominion of Hate, why didn't you say so? Because it's easier to say the acronym, it's faster. I'm not an English native, I only know soccer. I see. Don't care. Gonna make fun of you anyway. How could I it's unreasonable for you to make fun of me. And? So? Clearly not, you had to stop to explain what you meant. But you see, Izzy, you fucking idiot, you dumbass. Think, Izzy. This is just me farming you guys for more fucking content. It's just keeping my mouth moving longer. You dumbass. You don't know anything. This is how the content game works. No, anyway, I'm shutting the fuck up now. I actually, after many a month chat, Doe has come out of the earth and has presented me with some ideas. It's like, hey there, do you wanna think about these things? And I went, yeah. So we got some fucking Doe thoughts, and I think they're pretty good ones. The shape puzzle babies play to match their shape. Is it just because she has a circle hole, or like I guess a hexagonal hole in her face? Is that the reason? Is that the joke? That's right, the square hole. The circle goes in the... That's right, the square hole. Now Frank's just being a bitch. But yeah, it has been sitting very patiently on the sidelines while I've been A, fighting tooth and nail with Grimdeeds, and B, the Fairywood's just kind of trampling it. It's like a child who's just really good when a new baby is born. They're just kind of like, I will wait my turn to be loved, and loved they shall be. Not back, or am I talking about Lilium? Yes! Well, I guess somewhat about Lilium, but more about sort of the story in general, because a couple of new sort of world building developments have occurred, and some sort of like thematic relevance has also come about, I guess, which has sort of been my journey, it seems, lately, chat, is tying stuff into kind of like a core aspect of a story, like a clown. Thank you for the follow, clown. But one of them is sort of like, it's not really changing the core of Doe. The core of Doe is pretty locked in stone in a lot of ways. It's a story about sort of how every aspect of the human experience, like the human experience, kind of every part of it had its place in the development of like a healthy individual, in a lot of ways, and like just sort of a broader story about acceptance, but like I guess not in the typical way people think of when they think of a story about acceptance. It's like personal experience, personal acceptance. Most people don't make their newborns wait to be loved. That might be a you thing. No, you fool. I'm talking about the child that when a newborn comes about, they have to sit by the sidelines to be loved because the newborn gets all the attention. You couldn't infer that, you obtuse motherfucker. You missed it, Dane. You missed the big long rant I went on earlier. My big old scream about how fucking awful Ants is. There we go. No. No. Yeah. And now I'm drawing a great big old fella. But yeah, okay. So another thing that's been coming up, it kind of just like screamed to me today. Is Doe Malcolm in the middle? God, I fucking wish. God, I wish, dude. But it kind of came to me today in that a big aspect of Doe is also kind of, how to phrase this, the realities of love, I guess I would call it, because I don't want to say something like, oh, the truth about love, but no, it's more of the realities that sort of the complicated nature of love, I guess. Oh man, I just imagine Lillian making a Play-Doh figure of Chum. Oh, that'd be awesome. She would too. Alistair, she absolutely would, and it would not be amazing. It wouldn't be great. It'd be kind of clumsy, but God, she would love it. She would cherish it deeply. But yeah, it's kind of like the because I was thinking about it, and a lot of what goes on, like, Lilium is very innocent and doesn't really, she's been protected from reality, I would say, her entire life. The reality she lives in is a constructed one, and then she's thrust essentially into the real world. Oh, who's this? Their name is Wilson. If you look, Speed, you've been here every time, so you should have heard of this already. But if you look up to the top left, you can see the username of the person on Artfight that you could search up to find the character. So, I am doing Wilson and Wolfgang right now. Now I need to get their reference back up in the corner. There we go. Yellow. Oh, wait, you're saying hello. Hello, Alice. Alicia, I guess. But yes, she is a very sweet girl. But, yeah, she's lived her whole life in a constructed reality, and then it comes crashing down around her because she gets cast into the Dominion, right? For a crime she did not commit. You know, the tagline, the synopsis, the little pitch. But I think then part of it is, so a thing about Lilium, and a thing about Lilium that she's always had, is she's very, she's sort of almost a little bit uncommonly sympathetic to the denizens of the Dominion. She's very curious about them, because something taught in the kingdom that is that, like, everything and everyone is capable and has love in them. that's like a thing, and she has clung very strongly to that idea. A thing about Lilium is she's always looking for the thing to love in a person. That's just an aspect of her. And that extends in her mind to everything, which includes the people who have in also in her mind rejected the All-Mother's gifts and grace. And so she's very curious, like, oh, does love actually exist down there in the Dominion? Is it like a thing? Like, surely they must, because if everything is capable of being loved and there's something to love about everything, obviously love must exist down in the Dominion. Lilium has to learn that some people can't be reasoned with. You have to pull the trigger if she wants to save the innocent. I smile. I smile. But, yeah, it's like, that's something she thinks about. And not a great thing to think about, up there. You shouldn't be thinking about that. But, because of that, I was like, well, when she gets to the Dominion, that's probably a question she has. Stupid Lilium. It's called the Dominion of Hate, not the Dominion of Sunshine and Rainbows, dumbass. Dumbass. Wait, the shot of Lilium holding the revolver in the middle of the rain gives me chills. That is an incredible image. I don't know. That's really funny, but it's also just the Piglet image again. It's just Piglet once more with the gun. Do you guys know what I'm talking about when I say the Piglet with the gun image? Am I talking crazy? Am I just talking gobbledygook to people when I say that? Yeah? Okay. It looks like people understand. Is the zombie poo thing? Yeah. Yeah, I'm talking about pull the trigger, Piglet. I love that image. But that with Lilium is really funny to me. But yes, so that's like a thing she thinks about, is this, oh, surely there must be love down there. And when she gets down there, I'm thinking sort of another thing on her mind outside of just trying to escape is trying to sort of prove that love exists down in the Dominion, and in doing so she'll be exposed to sort of more realities of, I guess, the nature of love, because it's not all positive, chat. There's a lot to say about that emotion and the I guess negative sides of it and the positive side. I got lots to say with that one, but that was like one aspect, and I was just thinking about how it kind of coincides with a lot of the characters, and it just slides in so well, chat. Just swoops right in there real nice. Though some aspects of that I can't talk about because those are spoilers. I want to keep to myself. But that's not all I thought about, right? Like I said, I had some fucking world building concepts too, which are a bit more, I suppose, fantastical and more kind of like, whoa, that's like a thing, you know what I mean? Instead of these lofty thematic ideas. Though I do hope you guys enjoy listening to those, listening to me ramble about, oh, this is what this means, I guess. But one of them is a while ago, a long time ago. It's making me think about a bit about the book I'm reading. That explanation that is bigger than I see. You wrote me a sentence just to tell me I ain't telling you shit. At least not yet. But I wanted to fix that patch, chat. Sorry. But a while ago, I was like, oh, fuck. I realized the children of the kingdom probably call the people who have betrayed the All-Mother's grace, they probably call them haters. God damn. Shit. And I've fought against using that term for so long, because for me it feels like it veers too much into modern linguistic trends, which I like to try and avoid in my work, because I want to kind of universalize it a little bit more. In the sense of, like, I want to use more language that won't fade away in a couple of, couple of years kind of thing. But, they call them haters. And I guess in of itself, that's like, oh, okay, that's not super interesting. So I wanted to, like, gussy up a bit of world building with it. And I was like, okay, well, we're not actually in the kingdom for that long in the story. Somebody in the kingdom, I refuse all mother, yeah, basically. But we don't spend our time up there, but the cultural effects of the kingdom are felt down in the Dominion, because a lot of the population of the Dominion comes from the kingdom. It's people being, like, exiled down there, cast out, like the other ones, right? And so what ends up happening is think about you're in a cult, okay? Chat, try and run down this thought experiment with me, all right? You're in a cult, and God looks at you and goes, you're bad. You're not doing it well enough. God, and then they toss you out. They get rid of you. They send you to hell. My brain immediately goes to, like, okay, so what's gonna go on in your head in that instant? What's gonna go on? What you're gonna cope about that for ages. This is something that you completely unironically believe in. There's not a hint of doubt in your mind, and it goes, hey, you're one of the bad things, and then exiles you to the bad place. I think that would be quite... I don't think people would be willing to accept that. At all. And so, yeah, the coping begins. Now, if you're told you're one of the bad things, you're touched by the hand of enmity, alright? You have hate in your heart, and you have been poisoned and must be removed. What is your, and then you get sent down into the Dominion, what's your brain gonna do? Well, no, I'm not actually touched by the hand of enmity. There's no hate in my heart. And then, chat, you come across a monster, alright? Some twisted thing that might have been a person at one point, but is now so incredibly twisted it cannot be considered even sapient. Well, you're gonna turn around and you're gonna be like, well, no, that's clearly something touched by the hand of enmity, not me. Look at it. That thing's awful. That thing's horrible. It's not me, though. I'm chill. So I think down, because of that kind of cultural impetus, down in the Dominion, the monsters that are down there are known as haters. People who have been so twisted by the effects of notion and turmoil that they stop being human. Because the denizens are all mutated, right? Fucking Chum is very mutated, but he is still a human. He's still sapient. He has his mind still. But these things don't. These things are other things. And I think they just call them haters, A, out of a big old cope, and B, they feel like they sound like what something touched by the devil would be. They're basically considered demons to them. Personally, if God told me I was bad, I'd have to assume I was bad. Either the omniscient being is correct, or I, a flaw-filled one in billion, being correct. Logic isn't on my side. Sure, logic isn't on your side, Dane, but, like, you don't want to be the bad thing. and you don't know that you've done something wrong, and they say you I could easily see your brain trying to cope it out and be like, no, it's impossible, because then also you go down to hell and you see demons and you go, I can't be a demon if that thing's a demon. You know what I mean? But in the Dominion, the actual, I guess, world building aspect of it is so a hater that somehow remained sane could be a rage baiter. I guess you could call them that. Though that feels like something, if they had other terms, because here's the thing, these creatures aren't just entities touched by the hand of enmity. You know, they're just any abstraction can cause haters to exist. It is like it's essentially just like, really, you're just mutated. You're just a crazy insane. You're like a feral ghoul, you know? You've just been in the radiation too long. It's melted you to pieces. But that works with any kind of notion. It works with any kind of turmoil. They're not all just from aspects of hate. People just call them that because, well, they tend to not be the most pleasant things to be around, and it helps them kind of cope, I guess, with the fact that they're down there. But sorry, chat. I'm working on a hand. Also, I need to blow my nose. Hello, Enzo. Oh my god. I think that got it. Jeez. Jeez, chat. But, yeah, these creatures can kind of come from anything, and they'll take on aspects of whatever sort of notion or turmoil they've been exposed to. No, I noticed you before. I just didn't say anything because I was talking. But, okay, if I came across demons, which are obviously much worse than me, then yeah, I think a mistake had occurred. I already live by a logic system where I don't value my own sense of goodness over objective reality, but demons are a good piece of evidence. Well, here's the thing, Dane. You're thinking like yourself. I told you to put yourself in the mind of someone who has lived under this different system. What turmoil is Chum made of? He's not made of he's made of meat and viscera. He's got a human skeleton in there. But fucking, yeah, if we were going off of just, like, every single one of the abstractions kind of had their own term for what these haters became, then I feel like a rage baiter would be Craze. I think Craze would would call them rage baiters. That feels very him. Him and his boys and the rage baiters. So you wouldn't be able to control them like you can his boys. His boys. How about a gaslighter? Gaslighter. I don't think there's any abstraction that would fit in the actual story. Hey, Grave Grum, you're thank you. I said the same thing to fucking what was his name? Hold on, chat. Club Show, but yeah. Thank you, Enzo. I appreciate it. You do not have to blow smoke up my ass. We're chilling. I don't know the way you describe him and illustrated Chum's innards. He's like a crappy Inspector Gadget at this point, just barely holding on to a sense of biological existence. Yeah, basically, yeah. Pretty much, yeah. I would defer to the experts of the cult. Why would I believe they speak truth only until I don't want them to, because it negatively affects me? Because it negatively affects you, Dane. Many people... You also have to be very emotionally stunted in this situation. Where's the link to the story? Well, I mean, it doesn't exist yet. I'm building it. I'm talking about aspects of this story. It doesn't exist yet. You just have to follow me on socials and stuff to see art of it that pops up every now and again. This is the place of building. Eisen. We work on making here, so I have lots of things figured out. I take a lot of time when I make stuff, Kaizen. I have had these stories for a long time, and I have been slowly building them for ages. It's sort of how I do things. It's one of those things where I'm like, I probably could have started it ages ago, but I want it in a place that I want to start it. If that makes sense. It's kind of like how I think the Fairy Woods is at a place where I'm like, okay, I can start this. Though hadn't felt like that. It's starting to feel more like that though. Were you always a storyteller, or were you an artist first, then a storyteller came afterwards? I was always the storyteller first, Enzo. I wanted to be a writer when I was small, and I would try and write fantasy books. And then when I would kind of doodle on the side, but it was like just a fun thing for a fucking hobby. And I never really focused on it very much. But then I wanted to become a movie director. And so I wrote like movie scripts and learned about filmmaking. And then I sort of picked up, I was like, okay, well, in the meantime, before I do that, I'll do art, because comics are a thing and they take less, you know, they're easier, they take less effort and stuff like that. So I started kind of learning how to draw, and I found out about these things called OCTs and joined one of those. And then I went to a little like a high school thing that was like a week at film camp, and I found out you gotta rely on so many different people to make a film, and I went, fuck that, no one's gonna be as passionate about my thing as I am. And spurred on by the great animation craze of the very early 2010s, I went, you know what, I'll be an animator. So I dived headfirst into art and animation, and that's how I got here. Do I remember the first movie I ever saw? This is an interesting question, because it came up last night when I was talking to friends watching Ants. No, I don't remember mine, but they remembered theirs. Since you're on the topic of Doe, any other characters from there come up recently? What do you mean by come up recently, Splash? Sorry. I'm not quite sure what you mean by that. Like, do I have any others? Because, yeah. Alright, to be fair, tons of people filter reality through the lens of what they agree with. It's not an unusual position in the slightest. That's what I'm saying, Dane. Yeah, I do not remember what the first movie I saw was. Wait, you could set goals and achieve them? That's an option since when? Well, hey, I haven't achieved them yet. I haven't achieved them yet, buddy, so I'll get back to you when I do. Sorry for asking what's an OCT. Yeah, that's fine, Morp. It's a very niche community that began on DeviantArt called an Original Character Tournament. It was a competition where people would make comics of their characters getting into like sort of like a combative situation based around whatever the tournament was doing, and it was sort of like bracketed, so one member would win or lose or whatever. That's how it would work. Do you remember what sparked your interest in storytelling? No. I mean, I don't know for sure, but it was probably just the fact that, like, every night for years and years and years, my mother would read to me, and my brothers. So, like, I kind of grew up being read to. I think that's probably part of what did it. I guess I know what made me want to be like a director, and that was I saw my first horror movie and went, holy shit, people can make that. That's crazy. I want to do that. So that's how that I saw the first Halloween when I was 14 at like a friend's house, and I was like, whoa, people can make stuff like that? That's crazy. I want to do that. Wow, privilege. I had to read to myself. This was before I could read, Morb, and then I just read to myself. Holy shit, I want to fake mutilate people. I guess it wasn't even the fucking like gore of it. It was like a factor of, because to be honest, the first Halloween is not very gory. It was like, this is something different than I've ever seen before. Because I was quite, I guess, sheltered in what I was allowed to watch. And I was like, wow, it's really neat and different. What made it click for you that a person made that film? Well, I mean, it was 14. I knew movies were made by people. It was just a factor of like, I thought it was a really interesting movie, this concept of a person that is like essentially hollowed out and is the avatar of evil. And I was like, that's a neat idea, and people can tell stories with ideas like that. And then at the same time, right before that, I was reading horror novels. I was reading stuff like Stephen King and shit. And it was kind of like, oh, people can make the things that I found interesting while reading into like films, and that's visual, and I've always liked visual mediums. So if your friend had put The Land Before Time, you'd be Dino Grime drawing T-Rex. I watched The Land Before Time, and I loved The Land Before Time. I had like 10 of them. They get a little different after the first one, I admit, but I had like 10 of them. I loved The Land Before Time because I was a little dinosaur boy. I made my first friend in kindergarten because I asked them if they liked dinosaurs, and they said yeah. CD came here real quick to tell me they hate me. Okay, bye, have a nice day in a bad way. Fuck you, CD. Why did you even come here to tell me that? I get that enough from the fucking people who are already here. I don't know why I got that. What's my favorite Don Bluth? This was another thing we were talking about yesterday. Why is everyone so aggressive today? What did I do? Don Bluth is a guy who makes movies. Nostalgically, I think The Land Before Time would probably be my favorite, but right now, it's a pretty big toss-up between The Secret of Nim or Anastasia, because fuck, I really like those movies. I should talk their favorite movie, Ants. Their very favorite movie in the world, Ants. But it's very difficult to pick between Anastasia or Secret of Nim. I kind of feel like I probably like Secret of Nim more, but it's almost entirely just vibe based. So, you know, it's kind of like, they're very close, chat. Those are really good movies. I'm gonna do that for now. Nothing wrong with picking one or the other based on bias. No, I wasn't saying there's anything wrong, Abbott. I'm saying it's very close. No, you don't need to copy and paste again, Enzo. I'm able to see your question. I just get to them at different points in time. I'm not gonna just rapid fire it. You gotta let me... I'll get to it. Excuse me. Chat's not moving fast enough for that otherwise. Do you remember when you started to understand subtext and themes in media you were consuming past the surface level of experience? Depends on what you mean by like understand subtext. Cause I was always that weird kid. I remember for instance, I'll go with like anime. I did not watch anime as a kid ever. and it always confused me. Well, I guess, like, I watched, you know, like, Pokemon and Digimon and stuff, and Yu-Gi-Oh! But I didn't watch, like, I guess, sort of the other standard animes of, the early 2000s. Like, I still haven't watched, like, any of Dragon Ball at all. I've seen the abridged series, and that's it on Dragon Ball. Just one of those things I haven't gotten around to. But, it was always a thing where the bits I did see, there's lots of factors in it. I was like, this is a really strange thing. I don't understand why this character can survive, like, bullets bounce off his body, but he could be stabbed with a knife. That doesn't make sense to me. It was stuff like that. That's not subtext, I guess, but there was also, I got weird feelings about stuff, but I didn't know how to actually explain it. I was like, something feels weird, but I didn't have the actual tools at my disposal to be like, this is the problem. And so I did what everyone does, right? I did the thing where I created my own tools by trying to piece it together. I think the thing I did that most people don't do is I didn't hold on to those tools with an iron grip. I would learn new things and then I would change my system. And it's kind of, I wouldn't say the system I use now is of my own creation. It's me tailoring it from things I've learned from others and my own, like, observations of reality, I guess. So it was kind of just this really slow, gradual process. What do you mean feel weird? As in, like, I felt something was not lining up. I wasn't feeling how I was supposed to be feeling from the story, and I just wouldn't know how to explain it, is how it would work. But what does Jam say here? Nim has that interesting angle of seeing things from a rodent perspective. That seeming enormity of what we consider such a small space. And the fucking owl. Holy shit, I love that bird. That bird's a pretty good bird. I do like that bird. You need to understand more about subtext. I think you need to understand more about subtext. Otherwise, we need to work on this. What are you talking about, Splash? I also think Nim has an unusual point of view from an adult with kids trying to be the responsibility for them. It was definitely something that was a little more common back then, I think. A little more, but not much. Or I guess maybe something that became more common after and then has fallen to the wayside. I started learning stories better than other people around 6 or 7 months. I've been waiting for others to catch up to my level ever since. It's true. It's true. Look, eventually people will catch up to my level. No, you don't, Enzo, you do not come across as aggressive. You come across as, I want them, like, not even in an aggressive way, but you're interested in what I have to say on them, which I appreciate. I'm just saying, I will get to them. You don't need to worry. I know it's more of a worry than a demand. Just don't worry. If I don't see it, just wait till, like, the chat actually, like, goes for a while. Then I'll have missed it. That's called learning. I can do that too. You can, Dane! You can! The confusion about bullets, no, knife, yes, is quite relatable. Yeah, I never got it because all a bullet is, chat, is a knife, a really tiny knife going really fucking fast. That's all it is. And if you got a guy who can block bullets, a knife's not gonna go through. Good luck. I mean, that most stories had parents still focus on the kids a lot, but I do agree there's a lot more focus on families in that era. No, I think Morb is, yeah, that one was sort of one of the first ones to do it, and then ones that had more of a focus on adults came later. Because, like, my first thought with a story about, like a story for kids about adults tending to their kids is I'm thinking about Incredibles. You know, and that came after. But there's a guy behind the knife, but not behind the bullet. I'm making stuff up. Yeah, but most people can't, like, push a knife as fast as a bullet. Normally, that's not how it go. But here's the thing, too, chat. Okay, here's the thing. If you have it, that a human being in your world can actually move a knife as fast as a bullet, or faster than a bullet, I suppose. There you go. You just have to keep that consistent now. Do I remember what guy it was? What guy about what? Izzy, what you talking about? I'm sorry. I'm lost. Streamer dementia. Oh, that one. I was thinking of Disney movies of the same era that were focused on family rather than just kids, or adults. Or the adults are the heroes, but I don't have the kids on their own. Ah. Who got shot and stabbed? No, it was just kind of like a... No, that was more of just an example, Izzy. I don't have anything specifically for that. But... It would probably be not a knife as well. It would be like... Because it's Japan and they have their whole culture about like katanas and stuff. It would probably have been like a sword that would have cut them. I guess it might have been even like a comic book story where like someone was able to stab Superman or something, but like a bullet wouldn't work, and it was always confusing to me. It's like, how's that work? Or when you know what? Better example, when someone's able to punch so hard, they like level a building. Because in my brain, I'm like, if I punch that hard, my arm would explode. It would just turn into gore and viscera. This was more when I was like a teenager and not like a kid. This was more when I was starting to like figure stuff out. That specific thing. When I was a kid, I would just be like, that seemed weird. And I would squint my eyes. But I wouldn't be able to do it. You one punch, but no, I'm not. I'm saying my arm would explode if I did it. Of course, lots of stories compensate for this by saying, essentially, as their characters get stronger, they also get more durable, which again is fine if you keep it internally consistent. Worst person to watch movies with? Incorrect. Incorrect, Dane. I've got people in the chat who can look you dead in the eyes and say I'm fucking great to watch movies with. I fucking watched Ants with people. Dane's a turn your brain off and who cares kind of guy. That's who Dane is. Tut tut. Would anyone verify that? Abbott, Emily, please. Are you still here? The silence is fucking deafening, guys. In my hour of need, they left me. They left me. There we go! There we go! Fuck you, I got one. And that's all I need. I got one. Oh, Nip was here too, apparently. When did he get here? What the? Well, okay, here's the thing, Emily. It hadn't appeared. I just said, there we go. Don't get all uppity about it now. I thought you had vanished. It hadn't come in yet. These fucking people, they all watched movies with me, chat, and none of them were here in my moment of need. Emily came in at the end. She clinched it at the very end there. But I was almost splayed. I was almost doomed. You almost made me look a fool. You almost made me look a fool! No, okay. Emily. You misunderstand. It may have came in. It may have came in. That does not mean I was looking at chat. That don't mean I was looking at chat. I didn't see it till after I looked and then it came. All right. Nip is like the Simpsons bit with lightning. Wait, I just got here. What's going on? Your fault, then I'm blameless. Yeah, but like, Emily, let's be real. When has that ever stopped, like, any of us from blaming someone? I have no blame in this. Okay. Never stopped us before, but okay. And then she leaves. She escapes. I see. I think Avid has the most blame, honestly. You were here earlier and you said nothing. Sure, you were probably just getting back after, you know, doing your due diligence and whatnot. Lifting them weights. But I don't care. I'm gonna complain. I'm gonna go, how dare you abandon me in my moment of need. I was getting dinner. I have zero context where that happened. Oh, Dane said I would be an awful person to watch movies with, as obviously a joke. I'm sure. Dane would probably love to watch a movie with me and have me be a complete bitch about the whole thing. They love watching movies with me. There you go. I've had my confirmation. I don't need to do this anymore. I've proven. I don't need to explain nothing to you no more. Funnily enough, shortly after our convo about logistics, I saw a video of a Pixar guy saying how they thought about why Buzz would stop for humans in Toy Story 1. After a year, they found it best to not address it. An example of prioritizing story over airtight logistics. I agree. There are some instances where that can occur, for sure. However, I also wouldn't necessarily say that a person would be incorrect for saying, well, that's probably a bit of an issue, I guess. Like, you could potentially make that more airtight. Like, if you did have an airtight reason for why Buzz wouldn't, trying to think with my brain. If you had an airtight reason for why Buzz was able to freeze with the humans, I think, like, I don't think that would end up hurting your story. Yeah, they ignore that in 5. Avid getting his little dig in at Toy Story 5, being like, fucking hate that movie. He digs the knife in a little deeper. It's already dead, Avid! It's already dead! I always figured it was him respecting the customs of a local. You're still upset. I'm still not over it. That's fair. That's fine. That makes sense. There we go. Hold on, chat. I guess the actual door would be more like. There we go. I have been misled. I really don't think I have, Dane. I really don't think so. My one lore question about 1 and 2, though, is how come Buzz knows so much about his franchise that he thinks it's all real, but Woody has no idea that Woody's Roundup exists? That's fair. I don't know. It'd be an interesting thing to think about. For sure. I don't actually have an answer for that one. I don't know. That could also be a problem. Because my thing is, like, I'm still absolutely willing to say, hey, there might be a bunch of problems with the Toy Story movies, but they're still real good. I still really like them. They still make me smile. Yeah. Not important, obviously, but it happens. My latest Toy Story 2 rewatch, and I adore too. It's a thing of like, you know, I would go with, like, if someone had a problem with that, I'm like, well, I mean, fine, I guess. I just think there's more things of value in it. Would be how I would kind of look at it. I'm like, yeah, I can't say you're incorrect, but I think you're missing out on more valuable aspects of the story because of that. Now, that's different than it doesn't matter, if that makes sense. That's a whole other conversation. But dang, okay, and saying this would be better if it was more airtight comes the automatic assumption that a clean, better option that doesn't ruin anything else exists. They didn't find in a year of trying. They didn't have infinite time. Sure, they didn't. Every story would be better if it was a little better. Of course, but that's the thing. If you go, oh, they didn't have infinite time. Of course, but that doesn't change the fact that, you know, okay, it has that problem in it. That's fine. Things can have problems and still be good. Because, like, again, no product is perfect. I don't think 10 out of 10s exist. Or, I like, technically they're theoretically possible, but God. Fucking, that'd be really difficult to find. Is the thing. Like, I'm happy with just being, well, yeah, okay. It got this problem, but it's still real good, so. It does everything else superbly. Because you could also, chat, here's another thing, too. You could have a story that's real nasty, all right? Like, it's got a really bad logical problem. Or I guess logistical problem. And then the character work in it, though, is so airtight that it's like, oh, shit. That's real good. Like, you know what I mean? And it can kind of, like, it pulls value into it. There's these are complicated things, and it's complicated conversations about them, you know? But that's part of the fun of them. It's fun to have these complicated conversations about stories. Because if you like to make them, like, if you like stories, I would hope that you know, enjoy the craft. If you, I guess, want to make your own, I would hope that you would enjoy the craft of making them. Because otherwise, you're in for a wild ride, I suppose. Gotta sleep. Good night, Morb. See you later. So they might be already gone. This, Oh, wait. He was here. I'm already planning my next attack on you. I see. I put up my shield. Thank you for letting me know. I put up my shield. You'll never get me now. Behind my wall of iron. I probably won't be. I kind of, I don't know, chat. Probably just a me thing. But I like the threats of endless violence a lot more than the, like, you should be afraid of me. If that makes sense when it comes to, like, Artfight jousts. I like people being like, I am going to turn you into a bloody pile of soup, more than I like, watch out. I don't know. But one's a lot sillier, I suppose. I'm gonna pulp you. It can be easily disabled if I have a big old magnet? I don't know about that. What if I just hold on to it and then I go with the magnet, you know? That's just a free getaway, if you think about it. Just people. Just the more I study stories, the more similarities to draw I found in it. Expecting every fundamental to be perfectly executed in a single project is unreasonable. So we gotta see where the artist chose to make small sacrifices for the benefit of the whole. I find it fascinating. Well, here's the thing, Dane. I'm not expecting it all to be perfect. Again, I don't expect any of it to be perfect. I'm just assessing them for what they are, you know what I mean? Because that's the thing. I think Toy Story is a extremely well-made film. I think 2's better, like leagues better. Which is crazy because I think Toy Story 1's really good. But I can also just, like, you know, acknowledge, like, oh, hey, this is probably something that, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. They had to sacrifice, you know, the logistics there to kind of for time and whatever. But it's like, you know, if they were able to clinch that, it would be better. And that's just a true statement. And that's fine. You know? I'm not actually sure where I would rate Toy Story, thinking about it, but it's gotta be like... It's gotta be like... It has to be like at least, chat. It's gotta be like at least a 7. Gotta be at least a 7. Sorry, chat, I was thinking there. Because I hadn't put like a number value to Toy Story in my head yet. I was like, where would that be? I think it's more than a 7, but it's gotta be at least that. And it's because, and like, that's even with its flaws. Yeah, my thing is just like, you know, my thing is I am very happy to also assess something that I like less than Toy Story as better than it in construction. Because we're assessing different things, right? Because like my enjoyment of something's different than its actual quality and yada 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 blah blah blah. We've been over that conversation already tonight. But I just like to try and look at a thing, you know, because again, my rant on ants though, rant on ants is airtight. That whole thing's a mess. It'd be kind of like my talk on A Bug's Life. I think it does a lot of stuff right, and I think it has some decisions that hold it down that I think it would have been approved by if they had tried to find a different way to handle it, honestly. Yeah. No need to get ants in your pants there, bud. Splash, you and your puns are illegal. They're banned. They should be cast out. Why, you didn't like the flawless execution of ants? Believe it or not, I did not. I know, it's fucking crazy. That's fucking psycho, man. Where's my paper? I don't fucking need paperwork. I can just tell you, nuh-uh. I can just go, nuh-uh. And I can fucking explode you. Turn you to dust. Spoolbug, thank you for the follow. That's a good name. Spoolbug is a good name, chat. Trying to get this door to feel right, chat. It's gonna take me a bit. Won't take me a second. Oh. What? Pungent? Yeah, yeah. Do 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 dee dee dee. You're lucky I haven't seen ants in forever, and I plan to keep it that way. I mean, I don't think you would ever be able to change my opinion on that one, man. Even if you had, I'm like, if you saw that, I would like side eye you and be like, okay. Honestly, if you did, I would have loved to pick your brain and be like, okay, what is the value you're getting out of ants, pal? What do you see it in that one? Oh. Oh. Thank you. I made it myself. Your style is so crazy good, by the way. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Well, thank you. Thank you very much. Even if I'm just on the lines right now. I gotta get Wolfgang really quick. There we go. All right, Wolfgang, you rancid thing. You know what? You know what's a good pair of henchmen, chat? You know what's a really good fucking set of henchmen? Fucking... What is their fucking names? Jasper and Horace. You swore you were going to be active this year? Well, I mean, there's still half the event left. Mr. Stachio and Mr. Piss. Those are also pretty good ones, Izzy. But no, I'm talking about Jasper and Horace from 101 Dalmatians. If we want to talk about positive things, fucking Horace and Jasper are like quintessential, to use an archaic phrase, goons. I love them so. I've done like maybe 5-6 attacks and like I don't even remember what I drew. I see. But those guys, oh. If you got henches in your story, you got a dream of them being as good as Horace and Jasper. They're incredibly entertaining to watch be little bastards, be little pieces of shit. It's fucking great. You know what? That's also hold on one second. I need to. Okay. That's also, you know what? There's one thing I can really praise. My favorite Disney movie, chat, is 101 Dalmatians. It is my favorite. It's a heartwarming story about realizing the joy of the time you had with those who are gone while being open to new experiences. That's why it's got a near perfect score. Ah, I see. It's a rare pick for favorite. It is, but there's just something about it, man. I really like its whole deal. It's very... The charm in that movie is off the charts. I think all the characters are very fun to watch, and just artistically, it's probably my favorite looking Disney movie as well. Just on, I guess, the art front of things. And it's got Cruella de Vil, who's great. It's just ridiculous. She's so evil. It's awesome. She just really, really, really wants to skin puppies. It's so fucking funny. They knew how to do it in the 60s, man, I guess. It's got like a very... But Grave, don't you know mwahaha villain bat? Well, you know. To be fair to that person, they said it's okay in kids stuff, I guess. Been forever, I should watch 101 Dalmatians. I recommend everyone rewatch 101 Dalmatians. It's got like... It's got lots of like character in it. Like a lot of the... I just remember like the Major and, you know, Private and I think the horse's name is Corporal. And they're just like, they're not in the movie very long, but they're great. I love all their little bits they do in that. It's just a very clever movie. And it's my favorite. No, to be fair, there are lots of Disney movies I really, really like, so it is my favorite by margins, you know. Now I'm curious. What are your other two Disney top 3? Top 3 Disney. Some of them, chat, I would probably need to watch again because, you know, there's lots of Disney movies and it has been a while. Oh, gee willikers. I do really like Treasure Planet. So that might be one. And I guess just for now, I will say Emperor's New Groove. Those are probably my top 3. At the moment, as of recording, you know? But I need to go on my Disney arc so I can know for sure. You really expected to call me basic, but Lion King for you? Lion King, I'm like, that's a good movie, but I'm not like head over heels for it. I ended up, when I was a kid, I really liked some of just most of the stuff that was done by like the Florida studio. So it's like Emperor's New Groove, Treasure Planet, fucking Atlantis and stuff. Those were kind of my shebangs, my deals. Emperor's New Groove, my man. My faith in your sense of taste needed that boost. What the fuck? What have I possibly said that makes you go, oh, his taste is just broken? What could I have possibly said? Emperor's New Groove is such a fascinating case because it was a laser focus. We know exactly what we're going to do to salvage this utter trash fire of a production. It works so good. It knows what it is. It knows it's utterly stupid and it runs with it. Yeah. Yeah. The Emperor's New Groove is one of those things where I'm like, it's why internal consistency is so valuable and why it's like my #1 thing. Because that movie is ridiculous, but it is equally ridiculous the whole way through. Like, it knows it is. So like, and that's what internal consistency all is. The whole movie knows that and it operates by that logic. So it works, you know? It's why, by all accounts, it doesn't make sense, and boy, it sure didn't. True. Grave couldn't have put this better if he tried, but God knows he's still gonna try. Oh, what are some other... You know what? You know what's another... This one might be a weird one for people, but another one of the Disney movies I'm a big fan of is actually Rescuers. I actually really fuck with the Rescuers. Though that movie scared me as a kid real bad. When what's her name? Penny? Is her name Penny? I think it's Penny. Again, it's been a long time since I watched that one. When she's like fucking about to drown in the cave and shit, getting that skull. That scared me when I was small. But it's another one of those Disney movies that's just like, it's really fascinating to watch. It's a very different Disney movie. It's obscure as a Disney movie can be. You know, just because like Speed, I could have been like, oh, you know, one that I really, really like, The Black Cauldron, dude. That's the one. Bro, The Black Cauldron, such an underrated classic. I have to watch it again. I've watched the rest of your lunch, rewatch it. Yeah, I really like that kind of era of Disney a lot, when they were horrifically poor and at the end of the rope. But another one kind of from that era that I was I think I've seen it once or twice when I was young and should watch it later. Is fucking what is it called? It's called The Hand in the Stone, right? The Sword in the Stone. The you know, Arthur myth one. I remember liking that quite a bit when I was younger, but I have not seen it since I was that younger. I just remember I like I remember it stylistically, and remembering I like it stylistically at the very least. Black Cauldron is trashed here. Hey man, when I watched Black Cauldron, I was like, I was like, okay. Yeah, you can tell you don't have much money. Okay. But I do think there's some cool stuff in it, I guess. But yeah, Sword in the Stone, I remember liking, but that is a very subject to change statement. Because again, haven't seen it in a long time. I watched it again semi-recently. It was the same issue a lot of early Disney films had. It felt like a series of events that aren't really connected, and that then they resolve an issue. Like, watch Robin Hood and tell me with a straight face it's a coherent series of events. It watches more like a series than a singular tale. Interesting. I have not watched Robin Hood in a long time either. So, perhaps that will be something I do. I do have, I guess, some basic bitch opinions on other things, like what would be a spot to be like, what's your basic bitch opinion on something? Fuck. Sword in the Stone is a much worse case than Robin Hood. The ending just happens, I see. It's different, not good? Okay. Again, one of those things where I'm like, well, I'd have to see it. I don't... I just remember it looking neat. And that's really about it, so... That's why it wasn't in one of the top 3, but I did put The Rescuers up there because I really actually liked that movie and watched it a ton when I was small. It's on the... I'm on the same wavelength with you on Sword of the Stone, too. Gotta rewatch it. I see. I'm just like, huh. Yeah, I don't know what's like, I don't know what would be like a thing to be like, this is where, you know, I got the normal opinion on this one. I'm not quite sure what company or what company or product line, I guess, that would like fall under. Because I tend not to really, I guess, think about if my opinion's a basic bitch opinion or not. I guess if I had to go with like, I could switch out of movies and go more to games maybe. Because like if I go to like Zelda or something, my basic bitch opinion is my favorites are Majora's Mask and Wind Waker, and then probably Ocarina of Time after that. That's probably, which I think is probably pretty common, pretty standard. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat. No, yeah. Basic bitch opinion. No, yeah, that's not what I'm not saying. A basic bitch opinion is wrong. I'm more just going like, what is the one that people would be like, oh yeah, it makes sense that you would pick that one because it's like what everyone kind of picks because it's good. Yeah, general consensus, not what it should be. No, I know. Yeah, I'm just trying to think of like what, you know, if I have sort of ones that align with the general consensus, I guess. Like, what are some of my general consensus aligning points? Because obviously, like, I'll think that those are correct still. In those instances, those are correct, I guess. My personal favorite is Spirit Tracks and Tears of the Kingdom. I have not played either of those. However, my hot take when it comes to Zelda is I do not like Breath of the Wild. I'm personally a bigger fan of the 2D open worlds ones, not too big on the weird 3D ones. Yeah, I'm not, I'm annoyed by Breath of the Wild. It annoyed me. Mainly for the latter, I find the building aspect addicting. I see. Yeah, I never got to play with that because I wasn't a huge fan of the first one, so I'm like, well, not gonna bother with that one. Do you think this guy's scraggly enough, chat? You think he's... You think he's like a scruffy hairball enough? Sorry, Emperor's New Groove, you tried. I guess Dane is a big fan of Tears of the Kingdom. Not Tears of the Kingdom. Breath of the Wild. Tears of the Kingdom made me appreciate Breath of the Wild more. Tears of the Kingdom is very flawed. Okay. It really did not learn anything from Breath of the Wild, and honestly exacerbated some of the issues while introducing new ones. I see. Let's see. Alright. Like this thing. Interesting. Zelda had a rough transition to 3D. Oh yeah, I don't think I'd say any of these games are perfect. And that's fine. Eh. Like, the building thing, it's fun, it's interesting, it's also entirely useless outside of making a hover bike for transportation. You can't make effective combat vehicles, and even if you could, bosses one-shot the constructs are at least worthless or something that the game makes such a humongous deal out of. I see. My hot take is that I don't like Majora's designs, one of the few Zeldas I never played. Do you mean, like the actual... like the game design, Alistair, or like the monster and creatures design? what are we talking about there? I assume he means Majora the guy if he's never played it. That's fair. Yeah, that's true. Well, no, because he said it's one of the few... Oh, no, never played. Okay, my bad. Creature designs, the enemies and such. I think that's... fair. They're very unique. I can understand that. I personally fuck with them, but I definitely get it. I do like me some Breath of the Wild. I get that some people don't gel with it. It blew me away at the time when I thought I couldn't like open world games anymore. Well, my issue with Breath of the Wild is like, I think there are aspects of it that are pretty good, and there are aspects of it that annoy the piss out of me. It is an open world game with fuck all to do, which isn't great. I fell off super hard after you do like that town building quest and the reward is like nothing. I was like, oh fuck. That's kind of lame. And I don't really like its approach to storytelling. And I think it's fine if people do like it. It's just I liked my Zeldas with a bit of a tale they were telling, I guess. Or I guess a bit more of a tale, more focus on it. But again, I think, and also I guess the other thing is the enemy variety makes me sad. There just isn't very much of it. Is the stream bugging out for anyone else? Let me see if I'm dropping frames. It's just for you, or maybe Twitch, because it's not bugging for me. Agree to disagree. I had to stop doing stuff and just finish the story because of spending too much time with it. No, that is one where I'm like, yeah, absolutely agree to disagree. I can see why people would like Breath of the Wild. I think it has flaws. I'm sure we could agree and disagree on what those flaws might be, of course. But I understand why people like it. I just don't. I wanted something different from Zelda. Oh goodness, Skyward Sword is excellent in the first half, but the second half is a long series of time-wasting nonsense that culminates in a long, unchallenging gauntlet, wasting more of your time before the final boss. It's actually fuming mad finishing that game. Yeah, there's lots of issues with lots of these Zelda games. I don't think many of them are perfect, but I don't know. I haven't played a lot of them. My problem was the fact that it felt like I was just roaming around aimlessly in a never-ending collectathon when I just wanted more story lore. Anyone play Link's Awakening? It's one of my favorites. No, I haven't actually played many of the 2D ones, unfortunately. I just haven't gotten around to like. I gotta figure out what I'm doing with Wolfgang's hand, by the way. It's annoying me. Yeah, I was like, what if I put him in his little pockets? That's right. Wait a minute, he doesn't have pockets. Fuck my plot. Shit. Damn it. No. I'd recommend the Oracle games if you ever get the chance. Seasons focused on combat while Ages focused on puzzles. Very interesting comparing the two. Oi see, oi see, oi sweet. Alright. Real quick, guys. I believe Hubris has come home to roost. I will be right back. I will be right back, chat. I return. What are we talking about? What's going on? Josh appeared to say hi before I got back, and then I got back, so he left. Hello, hello. Ugh. I didn't know the answer is gonna... Tracks with fun time. But I didn't know what the answer is gonna be, but has anyone played at least heard of Sakura Samurai? Cricket, please. Cricket, please. I'm trying to catch up with my stupid chat. I personally have not, no. You must go out there. You'll be fine. Thank you. Crazy. Alright. Let's get back to it, because it's almost been... Oh! It's been near 3 hours that I haven't even got the characters drawn yet. What has happened to me, chat? I've lost my touch. My power. Is going on? I've been too busy just complaining about everything, you know? You're being slow, go fast. Shut up, Frosty! Don't you have shit you gotta do? Get out of here. I cast you to the Nexus. To the darkest portal there ever was. Kirk put down the baseball bat and catcher's mitt and sit on the porch alone, head hung low. Listen. Alright. Papa has to work. Papa has to do this. We'll have plenty of time to play ball when you're dead. No, you can't cage me, Grime. I literally can. I very much can. It's called a timeout. It's actually really easy. Shockingly so. I just press a couple buttons. I could, like, time you out for a bajillion seconds. But you see, if you do that, I've won, actually. Haha. Sure. You can call that a victory if you want, I guess. Let's see. This, get rid of this. There we go. He's gonna have a collar. He's got like a button up on, so. Cat's in the cradle with a silver spoon. Little boy blue. Man in the moon. Huh. Wow. Whoa. What's he doing up there? Yeah. Like on this thing, because he's got these stupid frickin' legs. This perhaps. Out like that. Yeah. Oh fuck! My brain paused for a moment, went, wait, did I talk about the other fucking dough thing? It didn't. I hadn't. Oh, that was foolish. Yeah, there was another dough thing. If there was ever a character that said, this would be one, he would be. He'd either, so Wolfgang would either be like a or he'd be like one of those like, you know, he'd be kind of like, but he's more of like the big, Wilson's more like the big bumbly kind of, So yeah, he probably is a little, but yes. Anyway, as I was saying, yeah, there was another little world building thing I thought of, but there's this place in the Dominion, right? Called the Dead Sea. But yes, there's this place in the Dominion called the Dead Sea, and it's sort of like where people say like enmity is she's at the center of the Dead Sea, and it's like this massive expanse of sort of unmoving turmoil, and it's sort of like, I guess you could call it sort of like the Bermuda Triangle for the Dominion, because its whole thing is, I guess the more world building aspect is how boats and stuff work in the Dominion, because they don't typically have sails. They either work off of manual rowing power or something called, I'm currently just terming it, an oil boiler, which kind of sucks turmoil up from the turmoil sea. And because turmoil's this perpetual motion, like this constantly churning substance, it uses that to turn its turbines. Or I guess it's, yeah, they're called turbines on a boat. Yeah. Huh? Turbines? Whatever. You use that to power your thing, but because and so like fuel is not something they have to worry about in the Dominion. Their boats, like Chum's boat, is kind of always going to be able to propel itself forward because it uses the very thing it's sailing on as a power source. That was something I kind of wanted to figure out, because I personally didn't want to have to think about, like, oh, how am I going, like, how are they going to fuel stuff? Where are they going to get their fuel? How is that fuel produced in the Dominion when it's like kind of like a post-apocalypse? Like, what is the process of that? And it's just, oh, they've made this engine that does it. And basically, yeah. So my thought process figuring that out was like, oh, hey, the Dead Sea, if they were to try and cross it, the reason it's like such a deadly place is because the turmoil doesn't move, right? And so because it doesn't move, your whole boat doesn't function properly unless you're constantly feeding it a supply of fresh turmoil from somewhere else. So there you go. A little random tidbit of world building from Gravegrime to you. It doesn't matter much to you guys at the moment, but, you know, it's a fun little thing in the world, I suppose. I think. Look at that. Let's do like a... Am I being a fool? Yes. Neat! Thank you, thank you, thank you. I needed the pity. But, I wonder if it's apparent that I'm getting a bit of that original stuff itch. I'm thinking about it, I've been pondering it. It's there in the back of my mind. I'll never be free. You'll never be free, grave crime. You'll never be free. No. I'm gonna assume Wolfgang also has the same kind of shirt that Wilson is wearing, because it's a little hard to tell in the reference, I'm gonna be real. It's a little tough. You know? He is an absolute little critter, though. Want to see something crazy? That sounds like a fucking threat, Emily. What do you mean? I never imagine you having a moment where you're not thinking about your story. That didn't appear in my normal drop down, but I see what that says. I see what that says down there in the corner of the actual. Oh. 4 years, huh? 4 years mod anniversary. That's a lot, Emily. That's uncomfortable. I don't like that. I never imagine you having a moment where you're not thinking about it. The moments I'm having where I'm not thinking about my stories, Dane, is the moments where I'm like working, you know, when I'm doing other stuff. It happens. They're not, it comes in like horrific waves of like, it comes in brain blasts. I have like a Jimmy Neutron brain blast moment where I get all these ideas all at once and I have to rush to write them down. That's how it works. Also, some things regarding previous convo I heard but did not have the chance to comment on and/or / you missed it. And then it looks like you posted something. Oh, gaslighters should be for query because they never give you an actual answer. Fuck, that's good. Shit, that's a good one. True. True. Okay, had to compare yourself to a genius. How surprising. Dane? Dane? You fucker? Come on, man. You don't have to be my greatest enemy. We could be friends. It is possible. There is a world where we're not at each other's throats. And it's called Josh's chat. Like, we don't have to do this. We're allies there. And it's just very funny to hear all this stuff about people coming into storytelling and stuff. And mine is the silly dragon browser game. Listen, Emily. It's totally chill how anyone comes into storytelling. Yes, Josh? Yeah? Hi, what's up? What's up, man? Hey, man. Don't worry about it. Turn away. Go back to what you were doing. You know, go to sleep. It's fine. It's our similarities that boil my blood. I hate that I see yourself in me, Dad! He says. He looks in the mirror. He looks in a mirror. He looks at a picture of this grizzly old penguin. Fuck. And then it fades away into grave grime. And then it fades away into him. We are our own sin. We are all each other's sins, Dane. There's no escape. There's no escape. Look at this freak's tail, though. It looks in the mirror, sees the gravekeeper, punches it, which is, I suppose, what you should do. If anyone looks out a window and sees the gravekeeper, you should, in fact, punch the window. You must scare him off. He is coming for your, like, shins. He wants your kneecaps. He needs replacements. Grut Grove, what time you streaming tomorrow? I'm streaming at 11 EST to 2 EST. I think. Yeah. You'll be fine, Josh. You won't have to fight with people. Though, to be fair, if we streamed at the same time, we all know they're going to you. Like, come on. No, you need those for running? Well, then you better punch me through the window. No, I don't think you would, Josh. I don't think you would. And that's okay. Imagining a lenticular image of Gravekeeper and Dane now. Oh, that's really funny. It's like on a binder. It's like a binder cover. Like the binder to the cover to your agenda. True, I'd go to Josh, his sass comes on a delay. Wow. Wow, he got us both with that one, Josh. What the fuck? God, you just made me think of a Flash game my brothers made me play in like 2005 where you rub your fingers on a window and an evil zombie man dressed as Santa comes up and yells at you. It was actually the scariest thing in my life when I was 7. Gravekeeper reflection, Penguin, you're a coward, Penguin. Kill Spider-Man already. Grit Grove, can you ban what Von Quack? Yeah. I think we... Mods! Take him out! Mods! So just that with the Gravekeeper. Yeah. On it, boss! I think, Emily, it's particularly appropriate that you're on it bossing me. With the silly fellas I'm drawing this time around. Got some real mooks, a couple of real goons. How many mods do I have? Literally just Emily. It's quite literally just her. I haven't needed any other ones. But like eventually, I guess I might. That's how I work. Is I will make more when I need them. So watch yourself. Cause like I don't think Emily's even had to like ban anyone or anything. So get rid of Emily and the chat is ours. Well, no, because I'm still here. I still watch everything and I can still just explode everyone at the touch of a button. I just don't because it's boring. Nobody else can be trusted. Nip, if I gave you mod right now, would the power go to your head instantly? Would you be like 100 times yes? You just start like across the board banning everybody. All right, well I guess you guys know your enemy. If the streamer doesn't show up for 15 minutes, we're legally allowed to leave. Not in my stream. I lock the door. Nuh-uh. You're here for fucking ever. You're here even when I'm gone. He puts the chat in slow and emote only mode. Nip would be a little chaos mod. Whenever he shows up, it'd just be a problem. Remember, yeah. Look, I take inspiration from my hero, Mr. Burns. Mr. Burns also doesn't like anything. I want to be just like him when I grow up. Who doesn't? Who doesn't, you know? The man had everything. His name isn't the Grave Letter Goer. I mean, you know, it's too wordy. There's too much, you know? There's too many syllables there. Mr. Burns is another voice of modern Simpsons that sounds awful. Like, isn't that most of them? I feel like I've heard a little bit of a modern episode of Simpsons and they all kind of sound terrible as someone who hasn't seen Simpsons in so fucking long. I'm like, I don't remember them sounding like this. Any of them. Or is it just like Mr. Burns is particularly bad? Yeah, it's most of them. But it just doesn't even sound like him anymore. I see. Poor Marge's VA. Yeah, okay. There's some that are worse than others. I just tend to not watch new Simpsons stuff, I guess. To be fair, I didn't watch much. That was one of those things. My mother had particular things that she didn't want me watching, and one of them was The Simpsons because it swore. Mother had a thing about swearing, which is really funny given how I turned out, but you know. The Simpsons I saw, I thought it was very funny. And it sounded actually painful, like their voice has been completely shattered. I mean, I suppose if you were doing that voice for that long, it probably would shatter. Simpsons occasionally veered into some adult comedy, not just swearing, but fairly tame compared to later contemporaries. Like, well, yeah, I wasn't allowed to watch Family Guy either. The thing is, Jam, it's just she didn't like any swearing, so I didn't really get to watch any of it. No, I wasn't thinking you were throwing any. Oh god, I gotta do the thing again, chat. I gotta. My nightlight activated. I gotta turn it off. There we go. It's really funny because I always thought these, like, it's probably a setting or something, but I always thought these nightlight features on computers, they did it gradually so you wouldn't even notice the change. But for mine is like it hit the time. Wow. Just fucking completely, like, instantaneously everything is red. Whee! Alright. This is probably gonna be one of those ones that we, like, finish up tomorrow, chat, I'm guessing. I'm looking at it now. Well, I mean, hold on, let me look. It's not that crazy. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. You know, I was getting doubtful, chat, and maybe that was wrong of me. Maybe I should have never done so. Maybe it'll be just fine. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, chat. Now I gotta do a little fixing of his legs, because I knew his legs were fucked. I think I want to do like a little... My parents didn't let me watch it either, but then one day when I was 12, I saw my little sister watching it and told my dad, and he was like, so? And that's how I started to watch it too. I see. Always eldest to being the get, yeah, every time. Your parents wouldn't even let you watch Sailor Moon, Josh. It's true. They said it was goon slop. Ugh. They were ahead of their time, chat. Josh's parents were very ahead of their time. They knew all the internet lingo. Come on. Oh. There we go. Okay. I feel lucky I had a dad who liked it. Family forbade it. for me as well until we got a car and a DVD player. And Celebrate, we bought a ton of DVDs, and one of them was a Simpsons season 8, which was my introduction. I see. And Simpsons went on to become one of my favorite shows, but man, were some episodes still a bit much for me, namely a lot of the Treehouse of Horror. I've never seen harder proof that a parent had a child they prefer. The good ones got Simpsons, the bad ones stayed in the attic and fed buckets of fish heads. I see. You know, fair. I'd do that to my kid. That's how you raise things. You teach them that life is cruel and unfair. By feeding them fish heads, specifically. The scariest part is that you having a kid, where'd you get that thing? Fuck you! Fuck you, how dare you! Nastiness. I don't know what I've done to deserve all the nastiness today. It's been oozing out the walls. You guys have been so cruel. While I've been just like a fucking peach, you know? And I don't get it. I don't know what's gotten into you guys, but you need to knock it the frick off, you know? You really gotta get it together, I say. Sorry. Greg punched a stork right in the face and snatched it. That is also... You guys can't keep saying these things, because they just all become really funny images for the Gravekeeper to do. Could you imagine the Gravekeeper punching a stork and stealing the baby? That's hilarious, actually. That's really funny. On another note, imagining the child as a bobblehead-esque Gravekeeper is hilarious. I see. This happens every time. Maybe it's time to look inward. Nip, are you trying to imply that I might be the problem? That Mr. Gravekeeper, Mr. Gravegrime. You know, pull away the mask. Mr. Gravegrime is actually the problem, and I get what I fucking deserve. Is that what you're trying to say to me? Speechless. Got nothing to say in response. Well, I was talking about the little creature you had in the kitchen, but yeah, maybe you too. My kitchen goblin is just my little guy. It's fine. Grave Baby Grime watches Dora and Blue's Clues and critiques their storytelling elements. No, okay, so here's the thing. Josh, I did talk a little bit about when I was a kid and how I would get like I wouldn't know how to explain it, but I would feel weird about watching certain things. Like I'd be like, something. Why don't this didn't make me happy. It was like that kind of feeling. So who knows? Maybe. That might be the case. Now, of course, I didn't say that about Blue's Clues. I loved Blue's Clues as a kid. Loved that shit. And Dora less so. Dora less so. I remember that. I think when I saw Dora, though, I was a little too old, probably. So I've always been a prude? Yeah. Oh, yeah. You've always been like this? Yeah. Yeah. But you're still watching me. So, like, you know? Don't act like you didn't know this, I guess. You knew. This is like when someone who is complicit, like complicit in bad actions, is called out, and all their friends that absolutely knew about it the whole time go, "What? No, You know, I always knew he was a bad apple. That's you guys. That's what you are. Bunch of snakes in the fucking grass. Anyone remember those Blue's Clues episodes where they tried changing the show's format where Blue would enter this other realm and become a puppet that could talk? No. What the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about? What? I don't think you're making it up, but no. I do not. I do not remember that. I'm fucking... Am I stupid, chat? Wait. Do not answer that question, chat. Don't answer that question. Keep it to yourselves. Alright? I know you guys are mean and hurtful, and I don't want to hear your hurtful words. You're already being mean and nasty. You guys are mean and nasty to me all the time. I've done nothing to you guys. I've been entertainment for you guys. I've kept you guys. I pulled you guys back from the brink. The worst thing I've done is shit all over ants. The movie, not the creature. Gotta fucking... There we go. There we go. Okay. I can work with that. Dude, hey! I'm already fucking... More of a Bug's Life guy, I guess. Yes. Absolutely. Given how closely in proximity I've watched them, Josh. Easily. 100% more of a Bug's Life guy. 1000%. And that is the moral position to take. The moral position! I was gonna say yes only because your confidence needs to be taken down a peg. A mentally stable artist? Ugh, sickens me. What the fuck? What So are you saying that you're incredibly mentally unstable, Dane? Are you saying, or is this like a Highlander situation where there can be only one? What, you know, how big's your ego in this equation? Where does it stand? Oh. That's right. Yeah, that's right. Keep to yourself. Type slower, penguin boy. But no, it is an interesting phenomenon. Like it is a bit, I guess, unfortunate that so many artists are quite I guess unstable, we'll say. My ego is demolished, as everyone's should be. Yeah. Definitely sounds like someone with a demolished ego, for sure. Definitely. But you guys gotta pick yourselves up a little. It's not that bad. It's alright. It's alright. I'm at work on a tablet. I'm doing the best I can. Excuses, can you chat? Excuses, am I right? Wait, you guys have egos? Everyone's got egos. If you don't... Here's the thing, Izzy. If you can't see your own ego, you know, maybe it's just too big for you to notice. Curious that. Everyone's got an ego. Absolutely everyone. I don't think I would ever deny having an ego, for sure. Absolutely. I feel like no one really would start streaming if they didn't have one, or be as brazen as I am without one, I guess. I think it's probably comes with the territory, so there's a level of I should probably accept it, for the most part, and, you know, just kind of recognize and keep in check, chat, I guess, is the way to go about your ego. Because, you know, it is kind of tied to confidence a lot, and confidence is quite useful. Or was that my ego? When I was a kid, I thought ego was said like Eggo waffles. Thoughts? Pretty funny. That's a silly way to say ego. I kind of feel like I did too, but I don't remember, so I can't confirm or deny myself doing that. But that feels like something little Gravegrime would do. Would be like, it's pronounced ego. But that would also mean that little Gravegrime knew what an ego was, which is more questionable. Thanks, man. Thank you. You didn't fucking shell over me for once. I appreciate it. No, like, genuine. I'm like, I think it would be more unlikely. It would be more likely that I just didn't know what an ego was, so I wouldn't have even said the word. I don't know where I would have heard it, you know? One of those situations. Unless we're talking about you thought ego was pronounced ego, like, all the way to high school and middle school and shit. At that point, it starts to be like, Saying ego really undermines his presentations at the psychology conferences. Is that why he ended up in art? He tried to go to psychology. On an unrelated note, have you ever started saying or typing something thinking it was more interesting than it is? Yes, many times. I think my streams are a testament to that. Honestly. My streams are... I think I did it today when I started talking about the world building of fucking, like Doe about the engines and stuff, and then just nobody fucking said shit until Dane gave me like a little pity, neato dude, and like gave me a little penguin thumbs up, and I went, oh, fuck. So yeah, you're not alone there. I think I did it today, but I mean at this point I'm just kind of never everything I type and said have been bangers. Oh, well, there you go. We've got one king amongst us. I lied, it was in relation to my egu bit. Interesting. But yeah, man, I am just a walking pile of embarrassments, so he did it again, chat! Everyone laugh at him, he double typoed! Everyone point and go, ha ha ha. I'm gonna leave this. I'm gonna go now. I have to get out of here. But, no. Actually, you know what, chat? I got a question. I've got a story question for you guys. As many of you are here for my stories, I assume. What do you want to learn about? Eh? For when this month concludes and I go back to my normal bullshit. What do you want to know about? What do you want to learn more about? What do you want to see me do? No, but that, yeah, I mean, I get it. I get it. Dane, don't Don't worry. It's just, it's very much one of those like, I'm saying this and no one fucking gets it or really even cares about what I'm saying. And that's fine. That's on me, not on anyone else. A monster lives here? Huh. When the monsters are around. I mean, I think I've talked about... Did they not care, or was chat just silent because they were listening? Nah, they didn't care, dude. For sure, definitely. I've got to beat myself down, you know? That's how it works. That's how I get all the sympathy books. No one likes confidence, Josh. Come on. No one likes an ego. To wrap it all the way around. Rumors. Rumors? Nuclear nachos? Hello. Nothing currently, not a lack of interest, because I am just pissed I had to end my vacation because too much smoke in the air. Oh, that sucks. That sucks. You don't have the time. Nuclear nachos, you can say whatever fuck you want unless I don't like it, and then I'll explode you from orbit. It's fine. You got nothing to worry about. They do be like, that is true. Never feel bad about giving information about your stories in your own stream. It's a bad place to be if you don't like GG's tales. That is true. That is very true. Nuclear? It's pronounced nuclear? Oh good, he's doubting himself. My work here is done. This fucking guy. This fucking penguin dude. I need to get pest control in here. I need to get that dog catcher. Or some shit. Get this freak muzzled, you know? I don't know how to read. I'm bad at it, dude. I'm bad at it. I am. I could acknowledge my faults. Reading, not good, but it's mostly just because stupid. I know what the words are, but does my mouth work to make sounds that are appropriate? No. How about you guys say something nice about me for once, you know? How about you do that? How about you fucking mix it up a little bit? You know, and say something kind. If you see me, that means there's 50 more of me in your walls. That's a lot of penguins! That's a lot of penguins! What did I miss? What did I misread from Josh, though? What did I misread? What did I do? Something kind. Your guy looks super cool. Hell yeah. Thank you, new guy. You actually took the fucking prompt seriously and gave me an ego boost. Just what I needed. Fool! I'm sure you don't smell as bad as you look. There's your compliment. Quack. You know what? I hope you get black lung. There you go. I hope the smoke gives you black lung. You draw good. You almost pronounced nuclear right and correct yourself partway through nuclear. Okay. Nuclear? Huh. Okay, sure, you're currently schooling. We don't need to read that one. You'll never get that from me. No positive complaints from me. Well, there's no such thing as a positive complaint, so yeah, I wouldn't expect that. fucking Frosty, so there you go. Fuck you, bitch. Alright, fine. Okay, sure. You're an incredibly skilled individual and one of the most creative people I have ever known. You are very fun to hang out around, story working or otherwise, and I appreciate you deeply as a friend. Thank you. Grumble, grumble. Grumble, grumble, grumble. I go but I did read it properly. I did do that. I did. You can't be mad at me no more. No, this is possible. That's what the dude did to me at work one time. What did I do? I don't even remember, Emily. What is a positive complaint I gave you? Or is this some other guy? Is this some other fella? Thank you. Thank you, Creature Hollow. I'm so glad you were brave enough to say that about me out loud, unlike everyone else. Ah, okay, I see. Someone at work gave you one. Okay. I don't even remember this story. I think positive complaint is the opposite of a backhanded compliment. Would it be just like, oh, you're so fucking good, it pisses me off, like that kind of thing? Would that be like a positive complaint? Oh, you're just so talented and awesome, and it actually drives me up the wall. Like, I know I'm saying nice things about you, but you're just so good, it genuinely pisses me off, and I kinda hate it. I guess that would be like a positive complaint. The dude put this false complaint about me because he wanted to get his foot in the door as a business consultant from the county. He opened with, "Your worker here is wonderful and so helpful, but she gave me attitude." Oh, that's right. That guy. I guess that's a little bit different. That's a little bit of a different context than what we were talking about. That guy literally lodged a positive complaint. So I guess you win on a technicality, which I suppose is the best kind of way to win. Come on. There. Wahoo! All right, let's get some fucking work done, chat, you know? Have you guys been doing more than I have as I've been fucking yammering off to you guys? Have you guys at least been sort of putting pen to paper or getting shit done? Tell me one of us has been productive. God, no. Fucking Emily, please. Emily, please. I finished an animation and I'm now playing Power Wash Simulator. Well, I suppose that's a fair reward for that. Hell yeah, that's pretty based. Actually? Yeah? Hell yeah. I suppose if I was going to give you a better compliment, it would be you are very skilled at making me waste a lot of time hanging out with you in chat and wanting to support you as an artist, which is disgusting but admirable. Quack's just trying to give me the best backhanded compliment he can, this fucker. Thank you, Quack. This has stopped me from drawing. I have to pay you less attention. I mean, do it then. That's fine, Dane. Get your art out there, man. Because it's pretty cool stuff. It's pretty swell thingamajigs. I suppose I haven't been home very long, though. I had to go drop my car off at the shop. What has happened to your car this time? Or is this just like routine stuff? Has your car exploded? Yeah, I managed to write up most of my Artfight character descriptions. side thing it's been fun lurking around and listening to the lore bits you've been dropping. Well, thank you. I hope you stick around after Artfight as well, because we will that's when the lore stuff will become more of a focus rather than a little silly side tangent I go on every now and again, where I share more than I realistically probably should, but do it anyway because I like talking about it. Such is my way. Such is my way. Also, Frosty brought up a monster lives here, but I'm like, I've spoken a lot about the main plot of A Monster Lives Here, if I recall. And surely you were probably there for some of that. Pretty sure I've talked about some stuff I probably shouldn't have, but we'll probably do it again. Because once more, I'm gonna try and pull back the curtain a little bit on my stuff and be more willing to spoil. You don't think, well, I mean, you might not have been, but it would have been around that time. Routine stuff. Well, it's pretty good. All that stuff you do, that stuff with things, love them. I would elaborate, but instead I will leave through the window. Good day. Can you not just take a compliment, Dane? I didn't even think you were fishing. I thought you just weren't taking the compliment. And to that I say, out the window. Out with you. I'm not going through that fucking window. You are. You're going through that window. Draw more comics, you stupid bit. That's what I say. Speaking of talking a lot, have you ever said something plot-wise or otherwise that you regret saying because you decided to rewrite stuff and whatever you talk about might no longer be canon? No. I mean, sorry. Yes, I have said that. I don't feel shame about it, I guess. I just go, oh no, I changed that. I guess. That's sort of my plan going forward, is I'm going to be talking to people about stuff. And if I end up changing it, I will just go, I changed that. And you either adapt to that new normal or you don't, and either is kind of fine, I guess. But there's a certain level of, it's sort of like how nobody fucking, like, I'm trying to set up this 500 Twitch follower stream thing, and I have to put text on the thing, because then maybe someone will read it. But then I also have to make a good caption, because maybe somebody will read it. But even still, even fucking still, no one will, a bunch of people won't actually read that fucking bit of instruction and just completely make up their own thing. So there's a level of, even if you say everything perfect, you could say everything perfect and people will still misinterpret it. But then also, like, people will just not understand, not hear it or listen to it properly anyway. So at a certain point, you just gotta go, well, fuck it, I guess. I can't cater myself to those people because it'll just drive you fucking crazy. That's how I see it anyway. It's sort of like, I don't want to kowtow myself to the lowest common denominator, because that just means you're going to be saddled with the lowest common denominator, and I don't really want that for my audience. I'd rather have people who can actually listen. I will definitely lurk around constantly, lol. I love it when people are passionate about stories and characters and lore. I've read your Artfight profiles and seen on Instagram. Oh, the stuff you've seen on Instagram has you hooked. Oh, well, that's so nice. Thank you. Again, just like I said from the last stream, sorry for being so slow with typing. Oh, no, it's fine. It's all right. I don't think my chat moves fast enough for you to have to worry about that. It's all good. But yeah, I mean, cool. I'm glad to have people here who are into this sort of thing, because it's what I like to talk about. My nerdy brothers and sisters and others. Also, chat, I haven't said it much yet, but isn't he just a fella? I love this silly green lad. at his silly green cheeks. There we go. Warriors of the Pen, yes, yes. A face only a mother could love. No, this guy, look at him. His whole thing is like, he's just a goon. He's a big dumb idiot who like just enjoys working for the lady he works for. I want to say like crime boss, but I actually don't know if she's a crime boss or not. I cannot remember. But he's just kind of a cheery big dumb oaf who's dumb muscle. The mushroom overlord. Emily, you got some fucking competition now. Hello, welcome. What has he got against doors? Well, this door in particular was in the way, Dane. And he needed it out, and they needed it out of the way. So he just went, I'm gonna pull it out of the way, and then he did. Went and ripped that shit off the wall. That and then that one above just like a this kind of deal. Yeah, there we are. A big green galoot. Yeah, but most doors tend to be in the way. I think that's the point. Do you have like a hit list, and do you do revenges, or do you only attack moots? I love your VTuber, by the way, so spooky and whimsical. I do not have a hit list. I just attack whoever I want to attack. If it's a revenge by happenstance. I don't plan any of those things with my Artfight. I just kind of do whatever the hell I want. There's no way I could do revenges for the sheer amount of fucking charity and generosity people show me. So no, none of those, but thank you also for the compliment on my little freak. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. I had to go down the list in my brain of like, okay, did I do the thing where I like thank the person for paying me a very nice compliment? And the checklist in my brain. He looks like an alternate dimension gravekeeper. I can fucking see that. That's so valid, little freak. Hee hee. No, the little freak is this one. Look at that guy. That's the little freak. Also, I guess if there's anyone new in chat, I try and say it a couple of times every stream, but up top left, you can see the image of who I'm attacking and the username of the user below that. Just gotta keep pumping that out. Oh my god. Holy crap. Yeah? What did you have? All right. That, I don't know if you guys heard that one, but that wasn't even Cricket that time. That was my other cat. Yeah, that was Dee Dee. No, that was Dee Dee. What's my Artfight username? Same as here. It's Gravegrime. Yeah, that was Dee Dee. She has a toy. She only screams when she has a toy. Though if you hear any other noise, that's Cricket. I have noisy cats, chat. They're real loud. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. And it's about that time where they get real loud, so. Dude, I'd love to get this at least flatted by the time I stop today. That would be nice. 2 hours? Do you think I could get this whole picture flatted by then, chat? We'll see. Maybe if I go quick. Maybe if I don't go on more tangents. But also, the fun of these streams is the tangents, so... You can see the pickle I'm in. At least the fun of them for me. I don't know if it's fun for anyone else, but it's fun for me, and that's what matters. 2 hours? Child's play for you, surely. Yeah, I think so. You're already flat? Yeah. I mean, like, also flat the background, though, is the thing. I also mean flat the background. So. That one I'm a little more like, we'll see. 2 hours, though, I feel like I can. But backgrounds are backgrounds, and they are, they can take some time, yeah? But I must try. Boom, and let's go. Actually, let's grab it. Pull it to, like, a redder color. That. Because the idea is the focal light point in this whole scene is just, it's behind them here, but it's just this light, right? So that light would be hitting this metal door. So if I just kind of start pushing for that now. Probably a smart idea. There. This one had that, and I think it's actually enough color that I can just put this in here. This one, there's. All right. Do I mind if you draw my character as anthro or furry? I mean, I guess not. Someone drew one of them as a potato on Artfight already, so I feel like it'd be kind of weird if I was like, I draw the line at the furry though. I don't know. I mean, like, my only thing is like, hey, as long as it's respectful, sure, I guess. I don't know necessarily why someone would. But, I mean, that's fine. Get the hat now. And that one. There we go. We got one flatted. We got one down. But I guess luckily the other one, pretty similar colors for the most part, so. Let's do that. Let's do this. There we go. Oh wait, respectful? Nuts. Deletes file. Dane, what were you planning? What were you doing? Planning putting one of your C's in an MLP universe since I'm no good with humanoids, but I love the character designs. Yeah, I mean, yeah. My thing is genuinely, I think it says on most of my profiles that, like, yeah, you can do whatever. My thing is, yeah, just I would, as long as it's respectful, I don't really mind. I might not understand, but that's okay. I don't have to, you know? Let me... also go up here. Yes. Oh, that makes their eyes pop a little. This is a very devious little critter for sure. Wolfgang. What were his colors? He's got this. Yeah, I can do this one. The conniving burger man and his tall buddy. A dubious little creature getting up to mischief. Very true. Sorry, chat. I'm thinking of layer stuff. I'm like, how am I going to layer these things? Oh fuck. Oh shit. There's probably enough room in this for me to. Yes. Gotta be really fucking precise with colors like that for Wolfgang because he's got so many little points. I could probably do this like black stuff for his arms and legs. Gonna be really hard to see for a bit. A part of him because I gotta color him in, and then what's gonna happen is I'll fix the lines so they'll come up nicer. Instead of this. A little of that. It's okay, bro, lock in, we can listen to your spooky music. Yeah, I get it, but I know I could just shut my mouth, but you know, I like to think half the reason people are coming here is they're coming here to listen to me yammer on, so just what I do. And I make my little noises and, you know, so on and so forth. I talk about the process. And hope that you guys gain something from it. Improve yourselves through observation. You make good background as I draw, honestly. This is true. Your yammering is lovely. Very fun to draw to. Well, there you go. There you go. I'm doing something right, apparently. Continuing to use my brain. That's the hardest part. What the? Oh, that's his leg. I was like, what in the world is down there? What could that be? Something like this. Yeah, I prefer if you keep yapping, but the second you express an opinion 1 millimeter off of mine, it's attack mode. That does sound accurate to you. That is true. That is how you operate. You go, this fucking guy is probably the worst faith actor I've ever seen. All of his points are just these wretched, terrible attacks on everyone's character. He probably wants the people that make these fine films and these wonderful stories. He probably wants them dead. He wants them in his damn graveyard, doesn't he? Didn't even need to check. I mean, come on, Izzy. Who could it be? Who else could it be? My biggest op. to ever be. The IRS? I sure hope they're not after me, given, you know. I feel like that's extra jurisdiction. I think it's I think I'm a little out of their jurisdiction, guys. I don't think they can really. I don't think they can come get me. Yeah, I don't think I gotta worry about the IRS. Now the CRA. Now that one's spooky. Alright, I think I got his tail. Thinking with my brain. I might want to actually... I'm gonna grab these really quick. Because I think I might want to do what they're doing in that. Excuse you. Did I get it? Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna do that for now. Okay. Hi, Enzo. Welcome back. Everyone's attacking me. It's only because you knew more than the average bear about what you're talking about. If you didn't, you wouldn't be worth the hassle to hassle. I see. It's a game. It's like you're trying to fight the big dog, you know? You want to like make your mark, your penguin mark. They were all so mean to me all the time, and I just don't understand why. That's me. That's what I sound like. Gotta beat up the biggest guy in the yard. It's probably why he also beats up Josh every chance he gets. Josh knows not a moment's peace. Okay, automatically implying you're the bigger dog. Classic grave grime. It's true. Ooh, who's the big one? Oh, are you like the character? The big one is called Wilson. If you look at my little screen right at the top corner, that is the username of the person with that character and the character's icon. So you can go find them and attack them. That would actually be fantastic. You should do that. The more people I can send to attack the people I'm attacking, the fucking better. Petrol Dan really is a pain in my grass. No, Josh just hit me with his car one time and I'm still kind of angry about it. Was it like a did you have to go to the hospital and like exchange insurance information, or was it like a little tap that just kind of miffed you? You know, like, I want to know how petty this beef is. There you go. There you go. Good. Good. Strike them down. Strike them down! Heop? Heop. Getting some chatters on YouTube now. That's fun. That's fun for little old me. I like that. I like seeing people over there. My tiny little stream. My wrath of arrow from the judgment doors. Petty beef is the best beef. It's true. The ones that have no stakes, they're always the funniest. Oh, fuck. What color is this bitch's ears? Ah. Well. Ye ask and ye shall receive. There we go. I really like both these fellas quite a bit. So the more people who get who beat the snot out of them, the better, I say. Turn the nose back. I have the wrong brush. Yeah, it comes pretty far down in his face. Kind of like a this thing going on. Sort of scratch in some more lines. Give him a little bit of texture. I might actually leave their arms just like this. Maybe scratch up their ears a little bit. Like that. There we go. I want them gruff, but they still have to be readable, chat. I always forget that you have this on YouTube too, so sometimes it throws me off when you respond to a comment I can't see. It should appear in the chat. You know, I guess you're looking at like the chat for YouTube and you're not looking at like the stream chat, but it does appear there at least. You once said you wanted goons to attack the people you attack, so I did once. Never got paid. Played me for a feel. I never said I'd pay you. I never once said you'd be getting any kind of monetary benefit out of this. I just said I'd like it. And you were fucking stupid enough to fall for the bait. That's not on me. That's on you for being a sucker. You trusted a dude who looks like this. I don't know what to tell you, man. Oh no, the guy who like looks like a bad, looks like a mwahaha evil supervillain, man. You know, oh, he wasn't trustworthy. Oh no! Say it ain't so. I like how that can just be my response to everything. It's like, oh no, I trusted you. Fucking why? Look at me. This is what you trusted. Don't you feel dumb? Don't you feel stupid? And then everyone has to just shamefully look down and go like, fuck, when you put it like that, yeah, kinda, I guess. You got me there, man. Shit. You found black... You're here to draw and disassociate because you found black mold in your shower, and now there's people tearing our whole shower apart. I see. Well, have fun with that, I guess. Breathe deep, you know? Oh wait, you're on YouTube, so I can't do that. On Twitch, if you looked at my tabs, it would say hashtag bad advice only, but I can't do that for YouTube comments. Fuck. Don't breathe it in. You guys get the actual good advice. Gravegrime teaching us to judge books by their covers. Yeah. Yes. You know what? You know what, chat? Unironically, you should judge a book by its cover. That's the point of the fucking cover. Yes, you should. That's why they're there. They're not just there to be pretty. You in fact should judge a book by its cover. It's a bad cover if it doesn't tell you about its inner workings. That's actually the fault of the cover, not yours. A black mold character would just be like... Those like mold... I mean, you could do other stuff, but I just imagine those moldy guys from like Resident Evil 7. That's my grave advice of the day. Judge every book by its cover. So what you're saying is that is if we fall for trusting you, it's the fault of your cover then. Played me like a fucking fiddle. Well, wait, no. Hold on. Wait a minute. No. No, if you fall for trusting me, that's your fault. Because my cover is very clearly showing that I'm not a trustworthy guy. Matt, your commission art looks amazing. Thank you very much. I try very hard with those. Gravegrime says, inhale the black mold and judge books by their covers. Yeah, absolutely. Ironically to the first, unironically to the second. It means my cover wasn't good enough. We couldn't have read it as that. No, because you can have a good cover and you just like, because my cover is telling you what's on the tin. That doesn't work, Quack. Oh my god. Alana rating with 13. Hello, Alana. I'm currently giving bad advice, actually. I'm telling my YouTube viewers to breathe in black mold. So, you know, it's right on brand, really. And then I'm telling everyone else to judge books by their covers. You're part of Alana's raid, so, I see, you left me for Alana. I see how it is. And then Alana brought you back. I feel like I just caught someone cheating on me. What the fuck? What the? Huh? Josh, I thought we had something special here. What the? Wow. Wow, I'm hurt. My heart. Alana was my second screen content, baby, don't worry. But I was your second screen content. I know I'm not good enough for first screen. But you're my third. Fuck! No! Big grimy tears well up in my rancid eyes. I didn't want chat to see me like this. That's the sound of a grave creeper crying. It's a pathetic little whimper. I gotta support the homies. You gotta spread out. The black mold comes from his eyes. Two homies streaming at once, what was I to do? You pick the more important one. And it's me! They say every time Gravegrime cries an angel gets his wings, and isn't that just disgusting? Isn't that just awful that that's how that works? Really fucked up system, if you ask me. Just really messed up. Angels get their wings when they make a poor little fella like me, a poor innocent little fella like me cry. Interesting. Interesting that. Really makes you think, chat. Really makes you think. You don't know it seems pretty balanced? Quack! Quack! Can you be on my side? For once? One time? Please? Also, I should say hello, Raiders. Hi. Hi, Raiders. Oh, wait, they're probably... Wait, no, the ads aren't here yet. Hi, Raiders. I'm doing art attacks. I'll probably show you guys the old art, the art attacks I've done earlier in earlier in Artfight when you guys come back. You just showed up at a poor time. I'm sorry. I saw the ads were coming. I wanted to warn you. There they go. They're gone, chat. They're gone. We lost them. Sure, follow Gravegrime. He does amazing art and we bully him. You do bully me, that's true. Are you surprised by my tears? Gross men also cry. Gross men also cry. No one understands me. No one understands my plight. Foreground. All right. Let's start hitting this background chat, you know? All right. Got followed by Capri 27. I don't know if they can hear me or not, but thank you. Thank you very much. No one knows what it's like to be the bad man. Sigh. Woe is me. This is the pity party stream, you know? This is the Grave Grime is bullied and is sad and despondent the whole time. Hello, welcome back everybody. To any new person who ended up sticking around, I appreciate it. I figured I'm doing art fights, and I figured I'd go through the list of the ones I've done so far. It keeps getting longer every single time. Hurry, get the buckets. All right. There's my first one from this year. I'm pretty happy with these this year, chat. I'm real pleased with my my output and the quality of said output. I think I've been getting real good with the shading and I think the compositions are pretty fun. Just sort of slowly passing through really quick. Seeing if people see something they like, but so spooky. There you go. But it looks like a bunch of my thing jumped out on the Twitch side, so you know. Now it's just us looking at them for each other. The last one is my favorite so far. Wait. The latest one. Oh, really? The one with the ghost? The one with Thistle? This one? This one's your favorite? Quack. Oh, no, this one. The one with the door. I see. Like the latest one. Thank you, Mushroom. Thank you. I do my best. I have been yammering a lot this time, so unfortunately I won't be getting this one done tonight, I don't think. But generally speaking, I try and get one done a stream. That's sort of the goal. They fit so well in my style. Some real good work. It's like I'm a kid flipping through a stack of posters at Walmart when my mom's not looking. What? Why would it matter when your mom's not looking? Would she be like, Dane, get away from those posters. You're not allowed art in our home? Absolutely not. Our frigid igloo? I think not. Or was it like, oh, because there was some that were like or like, you know, violent ones or something. Like they're Walmart posters, so I couldn't imagine them being too risque, really. But how long have I been doing art and am I self-taught? I have been doing art since in sort of like, I kind of picked at art when I was very small, but it was just sort of on the side of things. And then I got into it when I was in grade 11, I believe, or maybe the end of grade 10. Back in 2011. I think 2011 is when I started. So it's been a bit. Been 15 years now. Or I guess it will be 15 years in November. But I would say, mostly self-taught, but I did do a year-long cram course for 2D animation for college. and I have worked in the animation industry for like a decade? Yeah, a decade now, so. But like, the thing with that is I'm like, well, I guess I wasn't educated during it, really. I just did a lot of work, so. I just did lots of work, so I don't know if that counts as self-taught or not, and it was also kind of very different work. But that's sort of my history, I suppose. Ugh. Honestly, if my mother saw your work, she would probably think it's demonic and probably treat it like Harry Potter and D&D. That's such an interesting thing that apparently people had to deal with. I'm really glad I never did. My mother doesn't get my stuff, really. She's very proud of me for doing it. She doesn't get it, though. And that's fine. I don't expect her to. But she would never look at it and be like, this is demon possession. It's just, I don't know. That is like a foreign world to me. I was never around people who would look at things and be, ah, yes, it's demons. Unironically. Very interesting. Ugh. Many parents were wild in the 90s. I never got it either, but 'tis what it is. No, yeah. I know it is what it is, and that's how it went. It's just, like, fascinating to me. Hello, Carpy. Again, thank you for the follow. I don't know if you were vanished or not. I don't know if the ads had sent you to the Shadow Realm, but thank you. Just trying to get a nice dumpster shit. Come on. Hollywood Batman, really like your art and characters. Thank you, club. Thank you. I do appreciate it. You don't have to call me Master Gravegrime, though. As formal and ego stroking as that may be, you can just call me Gravegrime. That's fine. Or Grave or Grime, whatever you want. I do not need to be praised. It's all chill. It's all chill, chat. Alright, I wanna... You can even call him Stinkwig. Never call me that. How are things going? I'm getting there. It won't be done tonight, but... And my English is terrible, so I won't write much. That is A-okay. That's fine. I just wanted to say thanks, that's all. I'm vibing so hard with these spoopy tunes. Everyone likes the playlist. Everyone always likes the playlist. I've got so many compliments on it, and I think that's great. It means I picked correctly. I built the perfect fucking sort of tone for these terrible little things that I make. Do maybe like a little paper thing. I think a lot of this front stuff, I'm going to do some very harsh shading with it, so I'm trying to push myself to not worry too much about a lot of the finest details. I'm trying to be smarter, chat. I'm trying to be smarter, chat. You should be so fucking proud of me. Because I'm real dumb. Alright, where's the break? Where is it? Oh. Right there. Or if I just... Probably better if I do that, honestly. Of this. Let's do... Alright, we're gonna just kind of make shapes out of shadows, chat. Because I want this to be quite a dark scene, so... Just gonna... not worry too much about the finer details. Like, already that's, I think, looking pretty decent. Just with that. There we go. What about Stinkapoo? That one's better. I'm fine with Stinkapoo. This one sits in chairs reversed. Really gets on our level. Don't believe him. It's a trick to get you to lower your guard. Then he smarts all over you. Shh. Dang. Come on, man. You know I need this. Come on, dude. Come on, dude. You know I need this. Come on. Come on, Dane. What the fuck? Come on, Dane. Done. All right. I'm thinking it looks like just a bunch of bullshit on the ground, just trash left everywhere. That's how you know this alleyway is a good one to break in, you know? Because no one gives a shit about it, clearly. All right, okay. I think that's good for a foreground, actually. They're punning in my chat. They're punning in my chat, and I don't like it. You gotta knock that off. You gotta knock that off before I knock your block off. This. I really did use up all my rant juice, like, right at the beginning of the stream, chat. Holy shit. That ant one, I hope you guys enjoyed it, but fucking hell. I'm like... First of all, choking on my spit. But, I went off on that shit. Goddamn. And now I'm just like vibing. My rage is gone, chat. All I have now are vibes. You should fill the alley with the remnants of past doors he's taken out throughout his journey. Well, the point is that this is just a job, you know? They're not like... This isn't home. That's sort of the idea. I don't really know where they live, but I assume... I kind of feel like they probably live with, like, their boss. The lady who's their boss. Because they're drawn around them all the time, so I just kind of assume. They're weird, like, bird lady boss, but I guess, like, they're creatures too, so. They, like, work for like, a mob kind of situation, some organized crime circuit or something or other like that. Alright, Quack, see ya. Go get food. Thank you for always sticking around so long. No, he takes the doors with him? Well, they wouldn't be here still, because this is them on a job. It just won't work. I'm sorry, the vision isn't there. Sorry, Mushroom. I'm so sorry. Meanwhile, I've got a little evil grin, like how... They can never know. I turn the camera around and it's just... a pile of doors. A pile of doors. At the very least, chat, I'm happy with my shadows so far. Which is a boon. I gotta be positive about that. There. Now. Come on, get down there. Get down there. There we go. Yeah. And then I'm gonna darken this. Like that. There we go. Okay. The character designs are giving Disney Mr. Toad, but spooky. They've got a good look to them. I like them a lot. Which is, I guess, is part of the reason why I attacked him. Let's see. Let me put this here. And then back here. There we go. Okay. Let's get to our next level. This. I'm not gonna fuddle with it too much. Alright, I'm just gonna put this one above and I'll call it the mid-ground. I should have done this originally anyway. It's fine. This. Yes. Oh, hi, Nocta. Well, amazing. I wish I had your patience right about now. Is it? I guess it is patience. I suppose it is, chat. I mean, thank you. I've never thought about it that way. I appreciate that. I've never considered this, like, I was like, oh, I've got diligence. But I guess diligence is kind of like a patience. So I suppose... Yeah, okay. Well, thank you. Thank you very much. I try. Maybe with this also get rid of this one. It's like it's been crunched in like this because he's ripped it, right? Like he's torn it off, so it's all fucked. Then I need to grab it. I think it's a little too big. Have it go like that. Okay, that's fine. Do this. Nothing in there. Need another one down here. Maybe this one is like just ripped completely off and it's sort of in the process of falling. Right? It's kind of like, whee! Here I go. Getting destroyed again. What time is it? Hour and a half, huh? Okay. Oh boy, here we go. God, I'm stupid. Why did I do it that way? What the? There. Hooligans is a great word. Hooligans is a great word. Ruffians is a good one. Rapscallion is excellent. There's lots of them. All right. Scoundrel? That's a good one too, Avid. I'm gonna grab a water really quick. I need so much liquid in me whenever I do this. Oh boy, these long streams. Killer on the throat. Does he make it? Does he get his flats done by the end of the night? There's still a lot of background to go. But his chat believes in him. And that means he can. Gulp. Gulp. Nobody say anything. Hold your breath, guys. Hold your breath till I'm done. Put your Put your lives on the line. And you'll see it completed, I promise. Dude, you know what one thing I want to get back into doing pretty badly? Probably stirring because of the original stuff thoughts and things. Like, I want to get back into doing storyboarding streams. I want to do more of those. I would like to finish the ones I've started. That shit would be awesome. Maybe throw in some Fairy Woods ones to kind of build that out a little bit. I think it would be a great time. But I've been thinking about it. I know, Cricket. I know, you've been excited too, I guess. Uh-huh. 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 Okay. Go on, get out of here. Go on, get out of here. Damn, Josh, you said nobody say anything and they fucking just they just did it. You have such command, you have such control. Kind of crazy. The sheep just fall into place and follow you. It's great. It's insane. There she goes. Oh my goodness! Raven Moodle came too with 12 raiders. This happened to get your viewers really are sheep. Well, hey, guess what, Josh? They're your followers too. They're your viewers as well. Hello, hello, hello. Sorry, bro. I'm also drawing an Artfight attack. I've been trying to be sheep. Bah. Hello, hello, hello. Look at them all. Welcome. We're working on another one. Raid, but I don't have a DPS. You've been playing too much fucking Destiny, Avid. My god. Hello, everyone. Oh, I love the little Raven dance. Hello, hello. Welcome back again. I think this is the third time Raven has shown up here. Brought you to my scum hole. We're drawing some little freaks. And this time we're drawing some real little freaks. I know it applies to a wide variety of games that have raids, Avid. I'm talking about the one specifically that you've been playing. It's a nice scum hole. Thank you. Thank you. I tidy it myself. I make sure it's extra filthy just for guests. I wasn't planning on dumping my birds on you again, but here we are. But you're here, so we're here. I see. You grabbed food, but these are great freaks. Thank you. Hey, what's the lore of these characters? Well, they're Artfight, right? So it's not like my lore or anything, but from what I remember, from the words I remember, they work for like this crime bird lady, and they're just her goons. They're just her little henches. This guy is like a big idiot, and he likes to hurt things. He just thinks it's fun. And then this one's a little schemer, from what I remember. Yeah, let me. I think she's a bird. Her name is Lebbit. Let me grab them really quick so you can see them. There we go. Yeah, they're like a bird. There you go. This is who they work for. Ah, there you go. Well, if you're interested, you know where to find them. It's, you know, top left. That's the person's username, so you know where to go. If you're interested. And I appreciate them as well because they have like an actual description for all these little characters. That's something I look for a lot in my the people I attack chat is please something of interest in your description. Oh my god, please. Please, please, please. Okay, dude, I'm done. I've had enough. Oh fuck. Oh shit. Uh-huh. Josh is gonna fucking tear me a new one, I guess. Either that or this is his very violent way of saying, I'm out of here. I gotta go. Gonna jitty jet, yeah, I was about to say. Alright, see you, Josh. Thanks for showing up and being a fucking shit stain like always. Thank you. It's always fun. Fucking guy. I had to make food. I'll try to see you tomorrow. That's okay. Josh, you do not have to hit every single one of my streams. I absolutely appreciate it, but you really don't gotta. What did he call me? A shit stain. A little doo-doo head. A stink boy. Little stink boy. You're my little stink boy. Go on, get out of here. Go make food. What's my favorite food? That's an interesting question now, because I've been on a bit of like a fucking health journey lately. So it's kind of changed, but I kind of still think lasagna is still top tier for me. I think lasagna is top of the top. I do like my lasagna. I just can't eat it as much anymore. I'm like, that's a lot. Garfield ass. And what's wrong with that? Everyone likes Garfield. Who hates Garfield? Who looks at Garfield and goes, yuck, disgusting, gross? Who does that? Fucking no one. No one dislikes that cat. They're a good cat. Exactly. I guess also, chat, because I'm just talking about Artfight stuff, because of the 500, followers on Twitch or whatever, I'll be doing that, and I'm gonna be doing that big mass attack as, like, a thank you thing. Coupled with that, I will also be, hucking in, a couple of new characters up on Artfight, which unfortunately will not get as nice of a description as they have, as my older ones on there have, because I just simply don't have the time. But I'm going to post that tomorrow and then try and get those characters up as well. So you can expect the Gravekeeper, which is my avatar here. That's the Gravekeeper. People really want him on there, so I'm gonna throw him on there for people. And new characters to be potatoed. There you go. I'm gonna throw the Gravekeeper up there, and I'm gonna throw, it's a bit of a toss-up. Alright, chat. There's a couple of options. So I'm kinda gonna get your thoughts on it. Alright? Alright, chat. So I'm definitely gonna throw one up there, but this one I'm definitely gonna throw. So I have a character in the Pepperwick kind of canon. And their name is Lusk. They're right here. You can look at that while I'm finding the other options. How far down? I have to scroll for this. But yes, this is Lusk, the cursed witch who's trying to sell cursed items to make a potion to cure herself. That's her whole deal. That's her thing. She wants ghosts to make potions. Where fucking are they? Well, definitely not that far down. She's so goopy. She's very goopy. She's cursed. Her curse makes her really sick. She's like, you know, like an acid witch or something. She's got kind of like a poison to her. All right, there's one. So Lusk is definitely going to go up just because I have this big sheet of her, and I think it will function well. These two, and I think I'm gonna have to look through Discord for the other ones, but imagine being cursed, couldn't be me. Imagine being sick, couldn't be me. True. All right, then there's these two. This is Fort and Bellamy. They are sort of caretakers of a group of orphan monsters in another story of mine. Brother and sister. And they, if you look at my profile, you can see the character with the, well, her name is Pumpkinhead. They're from that story. Then I gotta go to Discord. That's where I need to go. I gotta go to Discord to find the other one. Probably in my thingy. And I gotta scroll up till no, wait, I can actually just go to my actual server. Wait a minute. Wait a second here. I know where I can find them. There we go. It'll just be, it's just half bodies for this image, but they're both in it. So that's the thing that's important. All right, bam. And then these two would be another potential pair. Because I'm only putting the 4 up right now. So it's kind of like, I'm not quite sure which ones to pick between. So it's Fort or Bellamy. It's Mars and Mercury, or it could also be Roswell and Chloe. Please give us a rundown. All right, so just so you know, Mushroom, there's a lot of those, so that might take that's a bigger ask than you think. But I can give you a rundown of some of them. But these two. And these two, these 4 exist in the same world, but then these two are aliens, and they exist in the same world as Europa here, who's already on Artfight, so I don't need to worry about her. But I can give you rundowns while I do this. Hold on a second. I guess quickest possible rundown is of my stories. I've got lots of stories, chat. I'm a man of many ideas, a horrible freak of many ideas. But the big ones, the biggest ones, the big ones right now are a story called Grim Deeds. Thank you, brain. Grim Deeds, in the Dominion of Hate, and the Fairy Woods. Those are the big ones, all right? Then there's like a collection of other ones. Like all of those characters that I'll be adding are from lesser stories, smaller stories I don't think about as much. But the ones you saw there are from Among the Stars and the Orphanage Monstrum. Grim Deeds is about a boy named Corny who can commune with the dead, who gets taken under the Grim Reaper's wing and is like trained in apprenticeship to be the next Reaper, and goes on like adventures with the Grim Reaper's daughter and stuff to save the cosmos. That's what Grim Deeds is about. The world is very large. There's a lot going on. My favorite way to describe Grim Deeds is it's a high fantasy epic story, like smushed down, or not even smushed down, hiding itself, like masquerading itself as a fun little Saturday morning cartoon. That's how I kind of describe it. But that's what Grim Deeds is. All right, I can probably find just like the lineup of the Grim Deeds characters. That's easy. I know where those are. That's in setup. Setup. Yeah. All right. Here's the Grim Deeds characters for you, right there. That's the lot of them. This is old. They look way better than this now, but generally speaking, this is what they look like. This is your kind. This is our cast for Grim Deeds. Close these out. There we go. Do not save. In the Dominion of Hate is a tale about a girl with no face who is cast out of her kingdom into a place called the Dominion of Hate for a crime she didn't commit, and she meets a bunch of kooky characters as she tries to find her way out of it. And this is a couple of those characters. This girl right here is Lilium. And this is Chum. Yes, he's very tall. Yes, Casper is a tall lad, and he is also he's the Reaper. That's them. And then I'm trying to think of the best thing to pull up for the Fairy Woods, which is probably this. And the Fairy Woods is about yes, no face girl with gloppy sea captain, true. The Fairy Woods is about a girl and her mother having to move to this place called the Fairy Woods. Any picture of mouse will do. I see. Yeah, okay, here, I'll just do this one. I'll do the big collage. Is about a girl, Lark, who after her like estranged grandmother falls ill, has to move to outside of this magical place called the Fairy Woods, and it's about them exploring the Fairy Woods and going on all these adventures as she searches for the fabled legendary place known as the Great Wild. That's what that story is about, and these are kind of our main trio. We got Lark, we got Mouse, and we got Mac. And this one actually is a story that I'm doing. I'm co-creator of this one. I'm doing this one with my mod here, who you've probably seen, Creature Hollow. This is both of our baby, and it's the newest one, and it's probably the one that's the most complete and taken off, and probably the best one, if I'm honest, chat. It's real solid, this one. Pepperwick, I guess, because that's the one Lusk is from, gives Hilda vibe. Yeah, that's fair. I've heard that a couple of times. But, Pepperwick is kind of like a game concept about, kind of like a half-ghost witch girl who, has to go on an adventure to stop an ancient spirit from waking up and eating the sun. And it's like maximum Halloween vibes. It is as Halloween as I could possibly make something. Which is a lot. Here, let me grab some random tidbits for that. But this is sort of, given it was like a little, yeah, there you go. She'll have all her art on there then. Yeah, okay. That's Pepperwick's whole thing. Okay. Easy peasy. OM, or the Orphanage Monstrum, is a story about a bunch of very downtrodden, very, very downtrodden. Also, Recorvid, are you the one that drew the little character interaction? Was that you? Is that, because they both had Crow in the name, so I'm wondering if that's you. Yeah? Hell yeah. You motherfucker. How dare you? Unbelievable. But anyway, okay. Really old art incoming. I think this is from 2018, but the OM is about a bunch of very downtrodden monster orphans squatting in an old abandoned orphanage, and it's kind of like a slice of life story about them trying to just trying to kind of survive as best they can and stay together as like this sort of found family kind of thing. And its whole thing, my whole thing with OM was like, hey, what if I made a story with a really big cast? So there's 16 monsters in this orphanage total. Again, very old art, but you know, there's Fort and Bellamy, there's Rick, Chaplin, Hester, Pumpkinhead, Maury, Penelope, Roswell, Oswald, Chloe, Addie, Hitomi. You technically don't exist anymore, Aonani. Golagoth, and Teddy. So, it's just a great big... It is a very, I guess I would call honest and sort of heartfelt look at being real poor. He died. Just might not exist in the story at the moment, I don't know. Mori Mothman, yes. Mori Looper is, because all of them are, like, based off of, a monster trope, and she's, like, my cryptids. Hiding more Blorbos from me? Yes! I have so many! I guess really quick I could throw in some other, quick ones for you guys. If you guys like listening to these very quick little blurbs about what my stories are, I assure you, there's a lot more to all of these, but this is your quickest summary this is the quickest summary I can give for them. Well, a cryptid, she's the cryptid one. But then there's, like, Teddy is a slasher. He's like a little baby slasher. You know, Roswell's an alien. It's that kind of thing. You know, Fort and Bellamy are demons. Yeah, each one's a little trope. Now, I'm trying to find... This'll work. These two will work. So, I also have another story called A Monster Lives Here, which is about this guy, Liam, who buys a house to sort of fix it up, to follow in his late father's footsteps. And when he goes to this house, he finds out that, there's a monster that lives in it, and sort of accidentally adopts her. So yeah, this is Dot, and it's kind of like the hijinks and stories that, ensue from that. Fun fact, also exists in the same universe as Grimdeeds, and Liam knows, Corny's mom. Don't think we didn't notice you almost title dropped there. Listen here. Alright, you listen here. I can do what I want. It's my stream. But yeah, she's just like and it's about sort of, Liam kind of having to come to terms with stuff about his family and sort of the value of family, and also, kind of the trials and tribulations of actually trying to take care of a monster kid, because she's not exactly normal. She's got certain things that make her different. I click my tongue and I think and I ponder. Another quick one. Because again, chat, I got so many of these that I can just bam, bam, bam. Spooky X wholesome. Yeah, there you go. I suppose I can leave it there. That's enough for now. I gotta get back to this, because again, I would like to get the background at least flatted before I end here. So, I do gotta get to work. But, that's sort of, I guess, a little taste of things you, would have to look forward to if you stick around, I suppose. Because, a lot of my streams are just me talking about stuff like, wait a minute! I know what I could bring up that has a lineup that's like reasonable to show. Wait a second. Hold on a minute. Are you gonna be nice now, CD? Are you gonna be kind? Are you gonna be nice to me? Are you gonna be nasty still? No, it's okay. It's fine. I want to find... You know what? I'll just grab the whole sketchbook page. I'll do that. That's easier. I go on these tangents all the time. It's fine. People who have been here a while are used to this. This is normal. Here. Just the page. This is Ignore him. This is a story called Demiurge. It's about... I have so many things, chat. But Demiurge is about a bunch of people. People live on this giant mega structure known as the Amalgam. And it's a difficult to navigate, treacherous, vertical layered, like, hellscape of metal and odd architecture. Dude's got enough project to make a crossover platform fighter for himself, and I fucking would in a heartbeat, Izzy, I would. But it's also sort of, it is my take on the Mon genre. So all these kids, this is our protagonist Emmett here, and then this is Nelly, and this is Bolton, and this is fucking, why am I blanking on her name? Mosley. There we go. And this is Mosley. And each of them, so when you're a kid in this world, it's very focused on you having a little familiar. So like this is Nelly's familiar. You kind of create them by giving up something called the Demiurge, like sort of like your, oh, what was it called? It was like Demiurge's Cradle or something like that. But there's an organ inside everyone on the Amalgam, because they're not, every single person in Demiurge has like an extra system in their body, like a circulatory system or a digestive tract, thing like that. They have something just called the tract, which is a biomechanical layer that has its own organs and stuff, and it lets them do stuff like, you know, augments and things. It's what let Bolton have his arm here and such. But that also comes with something known as the Cradle, and that once you place your hand upon a thing called a light table, you will produce a little familiar from it. And that's sort of like your companion now. He's like a little friend. You kind of naturally gain this very close bond with them. It's a big cultural thing for them, so they all kind of have one. Technically, color-wise they match, I know, but this is Stalwart, and Stalwart is not Emmett's familiar, actually. Stalwart's where the story begins, because on the Amalgam, there's sort of, they all worship, I guess you could say, they all fear. We'll go with fear, chat. They all fear this unknown machine god that's said to be somewhere within the Amalgam known as the Demiurge. And Liam's pissed at it because it killed his sister in his mind. So after Stalwart shows up claiming to know, yeah, you have your very own little guy. Yeah, absolutely, you have your very own little guy. After Stalwart shows up claiming to have found the Demiurge, and there being some evidence that he may have, Liam and Nelly and Bolton embark on an adventure to go find the Demiurge. We meet Mosley a little later. So, you know, they all have their own little guy. Nelly's got Jester Jack here. Emmett has Stalwart. Bolton has Nimble. This is Nimble. She's fun. I like her. And then Mosley has Nox. But they've got like a whole different thing. And then I actually quite like these. I have these sort of interaction sketches that I did of them. So it's just a good time. Demiurge is one I like a lot. I like a lot of them a lot though. But there you go. Now I can get back to this, but there's a bunch of stuff. There's sort of what I'm about, chat. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Actually, yeah, you may have not been here that long, CD. I don't remember if you have. I don't know how much you know about my various projects, really. But I'm very into storytelling, chat. I don't know if you can tell. That's sort of like my jam. That's sort of like the thing I like to do. I'm very normal about it, you see. Save some ideas for other people, greedy. No! Mine! Mine! I know basic level mainly. Take my organs and give me a little guy. I mean, Demiurge is actually the only one that has a fan character already, which I think is insane. Someone was actually thought, because I've done a couple of streams like talking about my concepts and stuff, and in more detail than I'm doing now. Because again, there's an awful lot of stuff to these stories that I haven't brought up. Like Demiurge alone has like food customs that I've thought of, things like that. But they thought it was cool enough that they made a little character who has their own little guy. So it's pretty cool. I mean, you wouldn't want to loot. I mean, you technically can. The whole thing with the light tables is they will sort of take regardless of if you have a cradle or not. So if you've used, like, you can technically have more than one little guy. You'll just lose something else. If that makes sense. And what else you might lose is completely random. So it could just take your liver and make you another little guy. There you go. Random bits of information about my silly stories. Let's see. Many little guys, an army of little guys. Yeah, but like you'll die. If you make an army of little guys, you'll probably die. You'll lose all your organs and die. Just bleed out. You'll lose your eyes and then you'll never get to see them. You have to show restraint. Plus a bond between you and your familiar. You don't want to fucking take that lightly. That's a powerful thing for them. It means a lot. So. Ozeroth, that raises the question of what would happen to the little guys if their owner were to die. Well, they live. They're like, so the thing with your familiars is they're not like, you have a very close, kind of innate, it's sort of like how, when a baby's born, mothers will, generally speaking, just get this extremely close bond with them. It's sort of like that. It is its own thing. Kinship between the ward and the familiar is like a very strong, unique feeling that they have. And if you were to die and your little guy doesn't go away, they are like an actual entity in the world now. So they have to live on. And you know, they will have to deal with that however they can. Because another thing about them is they're like fully, completely sentient. Can your little guys hate you? Yeah, your familiar can in fact hate you. It's not very common. You're gonna have to make them hate you generally, but it can happen. Sure, yeah, absolutely. They can hate you. Sorry, time a ritual takes an organ, that's black magic to me. You all have fun with your hellspawn. I'm going to keep drawing doodles. Peace. All right, see ya, Dane. They always have to leave so dramatically. It's never just, you know, see you later. Have fun drawing. It's no. Hellspawn. But yeah, so they can hate you. That can happen. Absolutely. They are not they are predisposed to liking and being loyal to you. What counts as an organ? You keep assuming it just takes your organs. You have an organ that tends to be taken. Like, you got one freebie in the amalgam. You have your cradle. It will always take your cradle if you have one. If you don't, it will take something at random. This can be a single organ. It could take a section of an organ. It could take your arm off. It just kind of, it's completely random. It just happens. So every time after is a gamble of what you lose. Like, it could just vaporize half your brain and you'll die. Can it take your bones? It could take your entire femur. Yes, it just could. It's why people tend to only have one. Because every single time you use it, it's a gamble. And like, the amalgam is not like a friendly place to you. It's quite hostile. So it's not as simple as just, oh, hey, I'll have people to take care of me. You might not. So a single strand of hair is an option. Almost, no. I don't think a single strand of hair would have enough. There's like a level. There's like, you know, a minimum amount required. But it might take more. So there's no way to really cheat this system. It's just how it works. Again, the amalgam is not necessarily your friend. You just live there. You survive despite it, not because of it. It's like it's very post-apocalyptic in a lot of ways, chat. It was a bit. You're stuck with me a little longer. Oh, fuck. Beat. What about all your hair? I guess I feel like it probably wouldn't take your hair because your hair is like dead already, you know? I guess it could, but I feel like it probably wouldn't. So there's a possibility of a mechanized cat lady who is missing legs and an eye and some ribs and is part cyborg with a dozen familiars. What? Why would she? Oh, I see. You mean like a crazy cat lady? Yeah, potentially. It's just the likelihood of them living is very slim. Because the environment they live in is quite harsh. Like if you're missing your leg, a person like that also, if you've got like a dozen familiars and you've lost so many organs, chances are what's happened to you is you've also gotten like there's a certain disease in the world that actually if I pull her up, that Mosley has. It's why her eyes are like this. That if you kind of lose enough, you'll be sort of how to say this. The next familiar you make will essentially be compensating for you. I guess is the way to put it. It's kind of like it's like a demiurge rot in a sense. So that they would have that almost certainly, and would end up being pretty ostracized in a lot of ways. I go now. All right, goodbye. Gambling with money for money, gambling with organs for little guys. There you go. Though generally, I would suggest keep the one. Just stick to the one little guy. There's lots of stuff and decisions to make with that one little guy anyway. Because so basically, one could likely presume that the rule with the amalgam and familiars is that the amalgam makes some something must take something possessing of vitality in order to create a familiar with some vitality, but that's just my guess. I suppose that's a way you could look at it. They don't really know necessarily how it works, but it takes a part of you and it produces a familiar. That's how they know it to work, because another thing about the amalgam is it's not a solved game. Like, people don't exactly know how it works. It's even a difficult thing to map because it's a constantly shifting, constantly building, constantly changing environment. New things are kind of happening every day. Our character, like, it is not a dead machine. It is a constantly growing thing. It's always building up taller and taller and taller. It's how they presume that the demiurge itself is still around. You know, they're like, oh, God's still making stuff, so my guess there is just boils down to you must give life to create life. Yeah, pretty much. You cannot like use a corpse to produce a familiar. It does have to be something alive. That is true. There's no really cheating the system on that one. The best way you can cheat the system is you use someone else to make a little guy and then take them. That would be your option, I guess. But again, there's a lot of other things you gotta worry about before that, chat. Before you're going around making like a million little guys, you gotta worry about, oh, hey, gee willikers. I have to, there's ports to worry about. There is monsters that are like, monsters are sort of demiurge created familiars that they have like a certain vibe to them and they're not necessarily all that fond of humans. There's a lot going on in the demiurge. There's lots of things. And I've got lots of stuff for it, for something I don't work on all that often, and I think a lot of the stuff I do have is pretty good. Lots of fun little world building tidbits, like how your little guys can evolve. Basically, because again, it's like a little mon thing. Your little guys can evolve. I haven't drawn many of the main cast's changes, though I have them. I know what they are, for the most part. But I do have one of Stalwart's next big step, because it's kind of more like Digimon evolution than it is like Pokemon. Where is he? Where is he? I would like to find him, but I actually would like to find it. Hold on. Where could he be? Well, I feel like I'm too far down. I squint. I squint. I gotta go. I'll definitely be back for future streams, though. Thanks for telling us about your amazing characters. Bye. Alright, see you later. Bye-bye. Fuck it. I can't find where he is, but they evolve, and they use, like, little, almost like, they're like little game cartridges, I guess. I say little, but they're like VHS scale, video game-esque cartridges, and those sort of, they're called data packs, and they have a bunch of information on them that the familiars in question use to refactor, is what they call it. And upon doing so, they turn into like a new little thing. Or they just gain, because it's like a sequence. You have to, they're CMYK sequenced, and you have to sort of put in the proper sequence of them for it to work. So half of it's just figuring that out, and then otherwise it would just kind of be like, oh, you know, this is like a little speed boost, or so on and so forth. It's kind of how it works. But they're a very important aspect of their culture and life. So all of the characters, they have these little belts, and they're called chip belts, and they tend to have a little magnet on them that they can attach at least a data pack to, because though data packs are how you would power up your familiar, they also are slotted into similar ports all over the amalgam, and they do, you know, various functions that way as well. Which is all, I had to say it vaguely like that because they're technically all kind of random, and you have to kind of figure out what they do. So there you go. That is kind of a big chunk of how Demiurge, a bunch of stuff about Demiurge, which I wasn't expecting to talk about today. Hope you enjoyed, chat, I guess. Neat! Hell yeah. Let's see. A little powered junction box thing. Right here. For it. Nice. All right. Very neat indeed. But I also need to finish making an attack. But at the very least, I mean, the final steps of that I'm doing with them this year, which is flat color and very minor shading. Nice. Well, that's cool. Good. I have a little bit to go on mine. One day you'll be pitching an idea to an exec and they'll say, great, do you have any more? And then you'll turn towards the camera and the studio audience will go wild. Wouldn't that be funny though? It's an interesting concept. I wouldn't mind trying to pitch something of mine at some point. I think it would be kind of fun to at least get the experience. But it would be very funny to be like, oh, this is a really good idea. But we're curious if you have any more. And I just, you know, I raise my eyebrow, like you said, and I look towards the camera and smirk. And then the fucking, you know, the credits roll. That's how you know when you've made it, chat. That's how you know. It's only up from here, baby. I do think this one's going to be pretty killer when I'm done with it, though, chat. I am at least very fond of how it's turning out. I feel like I kind of want, like, it's almost like there's some kind of machine here or something. Like a panel on the side. Some random pipage. Maybe some vents or something. Like that doesn't have to be much. Doesn't have to be much, chat. Just a little. I'm curious. Do you have any really old art, like from when you were below 20? Yeah, I mean, I don't have any of it on my computer. But I have a box of old sketchbook stuff. Do you have how much effort you put into these attacks? Setting a super high bar. I'm setting a super high bar, I guess, but it's like just for me, because I don't expect anyone else ever to do attacks of this caliber. I'm just like, I wanna, cause I think it's neato. And it's always been just about my own personal improvement, right? So, but yeah, I have like sketchbooks and stuff from when I was in high school. But unfortunately, all the digital art I've made, is gone. I lost it in a great, fucking, hard drive failure that happened back in 2015. So, I actually only have art from when I was past 20. However, why do you want to do? Are you looking to be like, are you like, what are you curious about, audio? Are you like, how bad were you back then? How stanky? Yeah, it was awful. It was rough. And then I paid $700 that I didn't have to try and get it fixed, and it didn't get fixed. So that was also really rough. And I lost everything of my very first freelance job I ever did. So I had to do it all in a month. Oh, no, wait, I do have some college art. I do have some old college art, guys. I do? Okay. Yeah, I've got some old art from back then. I'm still curious about the nature of this curiosity. I like observing your art. There's an element that I want to compare to see if I can learn anything about how you render line from them. Ah? Well, I'm doing a background right now, so I could bring up a really old background scribble I did. That's way worse. I did this in college. There you go. That's something very old I did back in the day for a different story. Let's see. I have that. I also have this forest. I also have this forest. That, and it's just, yep. Not great, but, you know, I don't hate these. I don't hate them. And There you go. Let's this one out. There you go. Mine's right. A lot of it is just about observation and minimalizing detail, to be honest. I'd say that's about 90% of how I get what I get, is sort of observe how things look and try and recreate that, and then try and minimize the amount of detail in it. Sort of, you want to go for the impression of something rather than necessarily the exact thing itself. At least that's what I do. Depends on what your goal is, right? So, like these bricks, I'm not trying to do every single, like, yeah, okay, minimize detail. Like these bricks, I'm not trying to do every single individual brick. I'm not even I'm not even making a perfect square. I'm just doing these like little lines, but it feels like the entire wall, at least to me, it feels like the entire wall is a brick wall because of it. That's what I mean by minimizing detail. You don't need to do every single brick in a wall. And sometimes that'll look even more cluttered. Sometimes it works. Depends on what the vibe you're going for is. But since these bricks are all relatively flush with each other, as most modern building bricks are, they don't really need it. You know, you put a little crack in if you want. And then it's just adding in little bits of detail back into the piece in a way that you feel actually adds to it. Because what I found with my own stuff is I would add too many lines. You have sort of like a line mileage when it comes to your art. At least I do. Because I use such thick lines that at a certain point, you're using too many and your picture just looks like lines. You start losing what you're trying to say with the picture because everyone's trying to make it through the tangled mess of individual lines you've made. Because all lines are supposed to be doing for you is indicating a shape in 3D space. So you don't really want your lines to be the main attraction. At least that's how I see it. You want your lines to kind of allow your main attraction to show itself, I guess. It's sort of like a little bit of an art philosophy that, it's taken me a long time to actually start to pin down. But it all started when one day I was just in such a rut when I was just this crazy fucking hole, and I couldn't get out of it, and it was pissing me off, and I said, all right, I'm just gonna draw completely differently, because that's how I do things sometimes. And I went, and I ended up drawing with, like, yeah, I think this will work. I ended up drawing just with, like, all black. I essentially just tried to carve an image out of just a black, like this one. How it worked was I would just make the shape in all black, and then I would like carve it out. That's just what I would do. And so that sort of started to teach me. Colebounds, thank you for the follow. just started making me be like, okay, now I'm going to try and build this shape out of, like, I'm building shapes. And so I did that, and then I've kind of worked in reverse ever since, of figuring out how to create enough detail in pieces to be satisfactory to me, to get the shape across without fucking just overwhelming stuff with lines. I hope that is of some value to you in your journey. That is how it has worked for me. It's all about just the shapes. Thank you for your wisdom. You're welcome. You're welcome. But yeah, my whole thing is just, then on top of that, it becomes also just know what you're trying to say with your piece or whatever, like where you want people to look and such. Then you want to do that. That's like the next step. So it keeps you from putting detail where you don't need it. And we need, that's that background, and then we need the background behind that background. So I'm gonna do this. Let's see. And then I can hit the mid ground after. But I just need this so I can get like this telephone pole. Cross. So I actually I really like how scratchy this ended up looking. So I'm kind of like, I want to keep that to it. I like it. Something like this. That, and then we do our loops. This. So it's gonna be all pitch black, and except for the lines, and I think that little extra scratchiness is gonna make it a lot more interesting. All right. Okay. How are those buildings set up back there? Oh, that's like a street light. I see. Ooh. Like this. I need another layer under that. Oh, it never ends, chat. The endless layers. Guess I'm not gonna be going right here. Just gonna actually, hold on. Let me do like a little. That's really all you'll need. Give me that so it looks like it's going up in perspective. Down. Push it down. Push down. That's all I need. Then I just do this. And I like cut out this middle one maybe. Boom. The stairway of infinite layers, yeah. Yeah. Here, we can put like a... God damn it. Little bit, maybe. Oh, squish it down a little bit. Down to there. Okay. Down here. Now let's put the big galoops back in there. There we go. And and grass. For little Adesh. Oh, come on. Come on, hit the whole thing. Come on! Have you had to look up reference for any of your Artfight backgrounds, or has it all been visual library so far? It has all been visual library so far. But I don't think my attacks have been the most, like, you know, accurate to exactly what something looks like either, so I don't think that's too crazy, but who knows, maybe that's just me. But no, I have not looked anything up yet. Out of fucking pure laziness. There we go. I need to hit the mid ground with some of these. I mean, to be fair, all artists critique their own work because they can see the flaws in... That's the way the artists always either their greatest fan or their greatest enemy. I mean, I like to think... Psalms, I like to think I'm trying to be a little bit... I'm trying to be as reasonable as I can with myself on this stuff. But... No, yeah, I haven't... I have not been looking up references for this stuff. Because yeah, like I said, it's just because I'm lazy and I'm like, I want to be quicker. I want to be faster. But it would probably help for some things. But I don't think I've drawn anything really that it makes it necessary. Does that make sense? Like maybe stuff for the bike I could see, but this is just a bunch of trash, you know? Like, this is just a bunch of alleyway trash and Goebbels. They don't really do anything. Well, because, like, have you ever, I guess, I was gonna say, have you ever been down an alleyway? I was like, wait a minute. It's kind of a weird one to ask. Dane, how many alleyways have you been down, huh? But no, yeah. Thank you for the compliment, I guess. I will graciously accept it. Thank you. I can't, I'm trying to think of the last background I've actually looked up stuff for. Maybe... You're free to go. I'll forgive you this time. I think probably one of the last... It was probably one of my old Artfight attacks. Probably. If I had to guess. I squint. I squint real hard. I go, wait a minute, Because I haven't looked up anything for any of my backgrounds for, like, the Fairy-Woods or anything. All those slides were just off the old Chrome Dome. Yeah, I don't know. Okay. Alright, and then I will do this. I'll hit them roughs. Alright. Do this. Then I go... grab this color, because I did like this color for the lines for these. Dun, dun, dun. Here are the lines? Yes. Right, I thought I was... There we go. There we go. I think if you have it in your noggin, then use it. That's a great skill. Gotta learn from your example. Yeah, it all comes from me just, like, not looking up reference for so long because I'm a lazy boy. And I'm like, God, I could do that, but I could also just do it now. You know what I mean? Honestly, I think where a lot of any kind of art skill I have comes from is me just being like, but like, I could do it now, though. And I think that's kind of beautiful, if you think about it. Let's grab... Oh! But I think, chat, I think we're gonna leave this one here. Because I am getting tired, and my legs are hurting, and my throat's getting a little scratchy. I've got like 10 minutes before 6 hours, so I'm gonna call it here, and we'll probably... I'm not quite sure what I'm gonna do tomorrow, chat. I'm either going to finish this one on stream, which would probably take the whole stream, because I have to render everything. Or I'm gonna hit another small one tomorrow, and then I'll render this after. So I guess I'll let you guys know what's happening there. But I'm pretty happy with it so far. I think this one's gonna end up looking real nice by the end of it. Because here's sort of the lighting idea. So good job. You got a hefty chump done. Yeah, I mean, I got all the lines done. I got the lines and it all layered out. That's pretty good in my book. I'm happy with that. Actually, hold on. Speaking of lines, very quickly, I might have something to fill in that like 10 minutes, I guess. I was thinking just now, because I've got all this trash here, I could like put like a trash bag here, you know? Kind of. Classic grave grime, just give me one more second. Just give me one more second. One sec. Hold on. At a certain point, I'm gonna be like, it's time for me to end stream, and people are gonna be like, no, it's not. It never is. You're a liar. And they'd be fucking right, and I wouldn't be able to say anything about it. Put like a trash bag there, and then there's like some other gross trash about. Just sort of like finding ways to add a little bit more detail back there. Okay. Okay. All right. I'm done fucking with it. Okay. It's time. Time for me to go to bed, chat. I've been staying up late this whole fucking week. I need to get the rest in. So I will see you guys tomorrow. Thank you for hanging out with me for so fucking long. I definitely appreciate it. And I hope you all... Oh, you got here? Aw, but I'm sorry. But it is time for me to go. I must lie down. So, yeah. Thanks everyone for fucking hanging out, guys. Good night. Goodbye. Happy Artfight.